2023, and we're going to call this meeting to order. If you can, please stand, and we are going to have Kagi Supernaw do the invocation for us.
Thank you. Father God, look down on us as we assemble here today to consider important business of the Quapaw Nation. Help us to have the wisdom and fortitude to prepare for the future in this age of the knowledge worker, and let us reinvest funds to prepare for an always uncertain future. Bless Quapaws assembled here today and wherever they may be in the world. If there is anyone here who has anything in their life or in their mind that's not yours, we ask you to take it away. Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. Thank you, Mr. Supernaw, for that.
You don't want to hold on to it?
We're going to spray my phone. Okay. Again, good morning and welcome to this year's General Council meeting. Our goal for the day is to get through this meeting smoothly, timely, and respectfully. I won't take up too much of your time with this welcome. The nation's events are published throughout the year by our hardworking O-Guah-Pah Communications Department and are sent to your home addresses. The more detailed information is contained inside your packet, and we do hope that you enjoy the visuals. The Quapaw Nation's annual events, which include the fall gathering, the Easter egg hunt, the annual memorial dinner, the elders trip, elders Christmas dinner, veterans dinner, Camp Quapaw, this general council setup, and this year's 151st powwow, just to name a few, all have been a huge success. And they would not have been a huge success if we wouldn't have had multiple committees and departments across the nation step up to the task at hand and make it happen. For that, we are very thankful. Without them, none of this would be possible. So please join me in applauding all of those who have helped this year be such a success. A few more groups of individuals we'd like to recognize before we carry on the day is our Emergency Services Department. Those individuals consist of fire, EMS, and marshals. These men and women go above and beyond to serve our community and us every single day. They endure your worst day on the daily. Thank you for keeping us protecting us, keeping us safe, and especially during this week and today as we conduct business. Thank you. And speaking of some brave individuals, at this time, we would like to thank our Quapaw Nation veterans and all veterans who may be in the room. If you're a veteran, please raise your hand or stand so we can recognize you. We are also thankful because we know that freedom isn't free, and we know the ultimate sacrifice you signed up for. You left your home, you left your families to defend our freedom, and that does not go unrecognized. Our words are not enough, but we do greatly thank you. This past November, the nation held a veterans dinner here in the pavilion for our veterans, and we were able to get a hat made for them. Those hats have been brought here today if you were not able to get it back in November, so we'll have them set up back here at the table so you can get a hold of it. Again, thank you. Just a few highlights. The nation has had a very active year full of tribal gatherings, events for our members, events for our community. several special general councils, special elections, a town hall meeting, surveys, and our fair share of some building disasters. We have some exciting news to announce, such as the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. now carries our O-gah-pah coffee. Pretty exciting. Our O-gah-pah Communications Department has started up the Voices of Our Elders again. If you've got a story that you would like to tell, we want to hear it, we want to get it recorded, and we want to get it documented. So if you have a story, please come forward. We don't want to lose it. Immediately after the powwow grounds, the powwow this year, we are having a ground renovation. We're not looking into the aesthetics of what the grounds look like right now. We're looking at the infrastructure, which includes roads, water, electricity, things along those matters before we get into the beautification of it. But that's going to start as soon as this powwow's over with. Another exciting project that we want to give to General Council this next year is naming some of our new properties that we have obtained. We are going to ask for your suggestions, so we want to hear some names that you might have in English or in Quapaw. And we're also going to put out some suggestions that have already been given to us. We are wanting you to name our low-income housing units, which are going to be built in Quapaw. We would like for our domestic violence housing to be named, our food sovereignty garden property, and a few more as the projects close and conclude. So that's going to be very exciting, so look forward to that. The Quapaw Nation has been traveling, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee has been traveling to Washington, D.C. to appeal to lawmakers to appropriate the bear settlement. They have spoken with several congressmen and senators, and they are making progress. The nation overall has been analyzing wages in all departments for employees. We are also looking at an incentive bonus plan for employees for performance evaluation to carry on the current bonus structure for the COVID payment that we've been giving to our employees. When's that going to be? This year? We're wanting to get that implemented the next fiscal year. Since there has been a lot of discussion regarding our mail-out lists, the nation has taken it upon themselves to create an opt-out list. If you do not want your address given out to anybody, or if you do not want to receive a certain publication, we're going to have you inform us on a form or a piece of paper. At lunchtime, we'll have a form over here that you guys can fill out on this first table, just to list your name that you want to opt out of it, so we can resolve and find a solution moving forward. Quapaw Casino is actively working on a new design for a new facility closer to the 69A highway. We are anticipating that we will not need to borrow any money to build this new facility. We do not have any dates or projected figures yet. It is still in the work, but it is actively moving forward. Downstream Casino has just paid off $137 million, and they are projected to be paid off by the end of year 2028. It's amazing, yes. In addition, Downstream Casino has submitted a 10-year renovation plan to upgrade the casino and both towers. So 10-year renovation is on its way as well. With Saracen Casino, we just executed the next phase to build, and so far we have paid off $100 million on that facility, and it is projected to be paid off in the December of 2029. Recently, the Kansas legislature enacted a provision to allow particular students enrolling at a public institution of higher education in Kansas to have residency status for the purpose of paying tuition. This provision is in place from July 1st to June 30th of 2024, with the anticipated annual renewal is going to possibly go through a legislature next year. The Quapaws were among those listed on there due to our ties to Kansas. This is great news for our students continuing their education, so now they can receive in-state tuition if they attend a Kansas institution. So thank you, Kansas legislature, for that. Today, I would like to introduce 3 attorneys that we have from Drummond and Woodsum, our new attorneys. Eric Giles, Brian Lewis, and Sadie Red Eagle. They will be here to, yes, welcome and thank you. They will be here to assist us and to assist all of you in making motions to get business done today. So if you need assistance, they're here to help you. On the front row up here in these nice cushioned seats, which I don't think it's in much demand, but just so everybody knows, they're reserved for our elders. I don't see anybody fighting, so I just had to make the announcement. Please wear your stickers in your pocket, letting us know that you are a Quapaw Nation tribal member. We do have smoking areas outside. Please keep the doors closed so we can keep the air cool in here. It's going to be a hot one. Over here in the middle, we have $10 powwow books and $20 powwow t-shirts if anybody wants to purchase those. We have a whole slew of gifts that we're going to give away during the day. Hopefully it's going to be a very nice, enjoyable, upbeat meeting. In closing, I just want to say that I've worked for the Quapaw Nation for the past 23 years, and for the past 5, I've been honored to be your vice chair. I've done my best. I've made mistakes. I wish I could redo some of them, but I don't want to go back and replay any of it. I've made some friends, I've made some enemies, but I love you all. And I hope that you all and the Quapaw Nation truly is successful moving forward in the nation. And thank you for this experience. Ganagay. So next, we're going to move on to a declaration of a quorum, Madam Secretary.
Vice Chair, quorum declared.
Thank you.
You want me to make the motion?
Next up, we have the reading, correction, and approval of the minutes for the July 4th, 2022 General Council meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those meeting minutes? Please state your name. Where was it at? I'm sorry. What do you say? Frank Grant. Did you say Frank Grant? Do we have some microphones for anybody? And please state your name when you speak in the microphone for the record.
Who was it?
Frank Bratton. Okay, we have a motion by Frank Bratton. Ray. Hi, Ray. I'm sorry. Very hard to hear up here. Do we have a second? Seconded by Crystal Glass. Do we have any discussion? With no discussion, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question, and I'm going to do it as a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Any abstentions?
I'll run the other side.
Motion carries. Next, we have the reading and correction approval of minutes for the October 22nd, 2022 Special General Council minutes. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes? Motion by Daniel Washington to accept those minutes. Do we have a second? Second by Jody Whitecrow. Do we have any discussion? Discussion? I sure will. Point of order, we've just had a request to keep it down in the back. Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll go ahead and call for the question. We're going to do a voice vote again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, the next up, we have the January 28th, 29th, 2023 Special General Council minutes. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes? Linda Valier, motion made by Linda Valier. Do we have a second? Susan Davis has seconded it. Do we have any discussion? No discussion. I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. Do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next on the agenda, we have the Treasurer's Report. Madam Secretary, Treasurer Supernaw.
On behalf of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee, we're pleased to share the financial performance of our business enterprises to the Quapaw Indian Council for fiscal year 2022. It's contained in this blue book in your packet that shows the financial results. The Quapaw Nation consolidated financial statements received an unqualified audit opinion. It's the best opinion provided. For the first time, the revenue and expenses are presented in graph form to provide better visibility of the Quapaw Nation's revenue and how those precious dollars were spent. We hope you like the graphs. We hope it lends greater information to be able to understand the information better. Our financial goals are to repay debt, increase employment opportunities, provide critical community services, focus on our culture and our traditions, and increase tribal member services. We're thankful for the opportunity to serve you, the Quapaw people.
Thank you, Secretary Supernaw. Do we have a motion to accept the Treasurer's Report? We have a motion by Rick Mercer to accept it. Do we have a second? I just saw somebody raise their hand. Do we have a second to? Kelly, did you second that? Okay, Kelly Flanagan seconded that. Do we have any discussion? Go ahead and call for the question. Going to do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. There's one thing I did forget to do, and I feel very awful, so we're going to do it right now. I did forget to give a moment of silence to all of our tribal members that we have lost, not only this past year, but throughout our lifetime. You know, our ancestors, our friends, our loved ones. So if you don't mind, can we please take one moment of silence for all those that we have lost this past year? Thank you. Their memories will not be forgotten. Okay, so the next thing we have on the agenda are our elections. And the first one is Tribal Princess. Do we have any nominations from the floor? And if you'd like to, you can raise your hand and we can get a microphone to you so we can all hear you. Grant needs one over here in the corner, please. Crystal Glass has been nominated.
Lena Sosi.
Crystal, would you like to say something? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Grant. I will happily decline. As of last year, they made the ruling of 18 and under for a Nation Princess. I am 20. Thank you.
Yes, I forgot about that. Thank you very much. And you did a very good job, Crystal. Representing our nation, we're very proud, so thank you. So is that Lana Sosi? Is that the name that was said? Lena Sosi? Do we have any other nominations, or do we have a cease nomination? Yes. Betty Gett. In open forum, we can, yeah. Well, that's true. Can we do that now? We made a rule. 1 second, Betty. We'll figure this out, okay? Thank you. Because it was done last year and we're not there on the thing yet. It is on subject. Just adopt. Okay, we had to talk that one out. So we just approved the meeting minutes from last year, which officially adopted that rule. This year, we can go with the rule for the nominations, but in open forum, we can make that motion again to remove it, and then it will go into effect then. That's the trouble with only having yearly general councils, which I think we need to do more often, at least quarterly, because we've got a lot of business going on, but I'll stop talking there. So yes, thank you. Do we have any other nominations for Tribal Princess? Or do we have a nomination or a motion to cease nominations? We have a motion to cease nominations.
Cease nominations.
Bonnie Schock made a motion to cease nominations. And then it was seconded by Daniel Washington. Do we have any discussion? With no further discussion, I'm going to go ahead and call by unanimous consent that Lena Sosi is now our Quapaw Tribal Princess. Would you like to come up here and say anything, Ms. Sosi? See her? Do I need to go down there right now? Is she here? Miss Carolyn Knott, are you here in the room? Oh, sorry.
Hello, my name is Lena Sosi. I'm 14 years old and I live in Chelsea, Oklahoma, where I attend Chelsea Middle School as an 8th grader. I like to play softball, basketball, cheer, and track. My parents are Jennifer Sosi. My grandparents are Larry and Pauline Atkins Sosi. My great-grandparents are Vernon Sr. and Billy Shawnee Atkins. My great-great-grandparents are Bill and Mary Shap Shawnee. My dad is Good Warrior Deer. I come from an Iowa Arapaho tribes from my father. My grandparents are Francis and Irene Deer. I would like to thank the committee for this opportunity. I hope you all have a pleasant evening. Safe travels home. I pray God be with you all. Ganage.
Congratulations, Miss Sosi. I'm sure you will do well representing our nation. The next election that we have on our agenda is for Junior Tribal Princess. Do we have any nominations from the floor?
Hello? I would like to nominate Betty Lou Goodbear.
Betty
Betty Lou
Lou
Goodbear.
Goodbear. And then we had O-Guah-Pah Jacobs. Do we have any other nominations from the floor or a cease nomination? This is for,
I'll cease nominations.
we've got a motion to cease nominations. Do we have a second? Got a seconded by Carolyn Knott. Do we have any discussion? Yes. The first one was Mallory, correct? Mallory Shawnee gave that motion? Yes. Okay, thank you for the record. Okay, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote to close nominations. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries, and we are ready to do our clickers. So the first name will be Betty Lou Goodbear, and the second one will be O-Guah-Pah Jacobs. O-Guah-Pah Jacobs. Oh, yeah. If you can both of you please come to the front? We're going to have our election committee get the names set up here in a minute. First, we will have Betty Lou speak. And while she's making her way up here, on your voting devices, make sure that it is powered on. The power button is in the bottom right-hand corner. And you will see the questions scroll across when it's ready to go. You will select 1 for the first name and 2 for the second name and hit send. If you make a mistake, you just re-put it in and it'll resend it. If it's not working, please hold it in the air and we will help you get a new one. We've got one in the front that's not working. Or if you're willing, you can also go to the back and swap it out if we can't get to you in time. Yeah. First one up is Betty. I'm sorry. Do you want to? We'll get you a microphone.
I know the feeling.
We've got a microphone coming right behind you. Right behind you.
Okay, this one is.
Okay, first up we have Miss Betty Lou Goodbear. You have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Betty Goodbear. I am 8 years old, and I love softball. I love dancing. I enjoy powwows. My parents are Robin McClellan. My dad is Tyler Goodbear. My grandma is Grandma Betty and Lucille McClellan, and I enjoyed playing basketball. I love my cousins. I love my sisters. I love my brothers. Thank you for you all being here.
Thank you, Betty. Next, we've got Miss Jacobs.
Dahan. My name is Odaza Jacobs. My parents are Mary Jacobs and Kylan Jacobs. My grandparents are Jerry Shawnee and my great parents are Bill Jerome Shawnee. My great grandpa is Bill Shawnee. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
And that was Miss Jacobs. Thank you. It is very tough having to get up here and talk in front of all of you, so I admire them. Thank you. And best of luck to both of you. You can't go wrong with either one of them. So if the election committee will please get those two names put up on the screen so everybody can see them. And if you are having problems with your clicker, can the election committee assist them with that as well?
Linda Vire, can we verify the link channel that the clickers need to be on? I show channel 9 on mine. I don't know what it's supposed to be on.
Sometimes they have more than one channel set up, so the room can have two. If it's not connecting, we can get you a different device.
Can we have the election committee tell us which channels that they actually need to be on?
They should already be preset for the channel. Mikkel, would you like to make an announcement?
Yes, if you're curious, it's going to be channels 2 and 9, but there shouldn't be any others out there.
Thank you. Do we have a list of the baskets while we're waiting? While we're waiting on this to go through, as you can see, we've got number 1 and number 2 up there. It's going to take a few minutes. We're going to go ahead and do a drawing. So you should have a red ticket in your packet. All right, the first basket we're going to give away is from our realty department, and the theme is camping.
Has everybody's clicker confirmed that you have power to your clickers? Nobody else having any problems? They will inadvertently power down when we're not using them as often. So don't panic if they will go down. The power will go off if they're not used very quickly. So next time we get ready to vote, it's possible they will be off. You just have to power them back up. Thank you. Nobody else having any problems? Yay.
The good thing about these first votes is we know how many people are in the room and how long it takes to get it done, so. And I'm waiting on the tickets so we can do our drawings. We have a total of 12 baskets to give away today. Very exciting. Just took it on the computer. Pardon me. I'll just take it over here this morning. Thank you, sir. Okay, so the first winner of the Realty Camping basket is 1556191. Do we have a winner? I don't know how long to give for them to claim their ticket. The number was 1556191. Hope they're not in the bathroom. All right, we're going to draw again. I'm sorry. I'll throw it back in there. Winning number is 1556566. 1556566. We got a winner. All right, your camping basket's going to be back there by the fireplace. Basket number 1. Congratulations. Who was that?
Bill Schallenberger.
Congratulations. Okay, it looks like election committee, has it come to a halt on the voting? Does that say 431? 432? All right, we're going to do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Results.
And it looks like Betty Lou
Betty,
Goodbear
oh, you got it.
gets it at 334 to 102 for Ataza Jacobs. Congratulations, Betty Lou. You're our new tribal prince, junior tribal princess.
Congratulations, Betty. Okay, looks like we are ready to move on to the next election, which is for Powwow Committee Chair. Do we have any nominations from the floor?
I nominate Liz Tiger.
I'm sorry, what was that name again?
Liz Tiger.
Okay, Liz Tiger. Nomination for Liz Tiger.
Mallory Shawnee.
Mallory Shawnee.
I nominate Dana Daylight.
Can you please repeat that first name? I didn't hear it.
Dana, D-A-N-A.
Dana Daylight.
Can you scratch Mallory and put Tony Shawnee?
Tony Shawnee? Yes. Okay, Tony Shawnee instead of Mallory Shawnee. Taking that's a little giggle, little inside joke maybe. Do we have any other nominations for Powwow Chair for our 152nd Powwow? Did I just say it?
I want to nominate Ben Waters.
We've got a nomination for Ben Waters, and then we had a nomination for, no, never mind. Okay. Do we have any more nominations or a cease nomination? We got a cease nomination from Lori Schaefer. Do we have a second? Second by Jody Whitecrow. Any discussion? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote to close the nominations for the Powwow Chair. All those in favor, we're going to do it by voice. Say aye. Any opposed? Say no. Any abstentions? We're going to take it to a vote. Can we please get those people to come up here and speak? First, we have Liz Tiger. We got 4 people. Go.
Good morning. I'm Liz Tiger. I'm the daughter of Jessie Jean Bear Quapaw. Her parents were Jess and Martha Quapaw. Her maternal grandparents were Sigadaw and Anna Track. Her paternal grandpa was Solomon Quapaw and Minnie Captain Quapaw. I reside in Sperry, which is just north of Tulsa. I'm a proud Quapaw member. As far as the powwow, I've been on many committees, led several of them, and I think that we should thank the Shawnee family because we have such a strong foundation to build on. Their leadership the last few years has made our tribe brought a lot of good attention and feelings from not just our own people, but from the visitors. And I believe that's a big part of our Quapaw culture is our welcoming and friendships and extending those courtesies and kindness to other tribal members of other tribes. So I'd like to thank the Shawnee family for that. I would like to see new things, changes happening in the future. We have so much to offer as a tribe to our own people that we could include throughout the year so that during the powwow they are more, our children are more familiar, more experienced in participating. and I have a lot of good things that I would like to share, and I would look for a committee that is diverse and made up of Quapaw tribal members, so that we would have a strong voice in everything that's decided upon for the powwow. So I don't really have much more to say than that, but appreciate it if you would take a minute and vote for me, and whoever gets it, you know, we will support, and can't wait to 152. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Liz Tiger. Next, we got, is it Tony Shawnee?
Hello, everybody. My name's Tony Shawnee, and I'm the arena director and have been for the past few years of the powwow. And Mike is my cousin, obviously, by the last name. And me and Mike have had a lot of the same raisings on powwows and what goes on and stuff. So a lot of the things that have gone on, you know, we've talked about and everything. So of course, I've always see a room for improvement for anything that you do. And then the other thing was I am a Quapaw member, and my parents is Charles and Doris Shawnee, and grandparents is Bill Shawnee and Mary Shapp. But I've been at my job. I'm from Oklahoma, Tulsa, and I've been at my job for 30 years. I'm very dedicated to whatever I do, and that's about all I got for you guys right now. So if I was to be nominated, that again, like I said, I'm very dedicated and continue to make this powwow grow, and I see a little things of room for improvement, and I've had I put a lot of thought in doing this. I've had a lot of support. The current committee, they're ready to jump right over and to help me if I was to get nominated for this position. So I don't think we would miss too much from what it is now, and I think we would continue to do a good job. I think they do a great job, and that's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony Shawnee. The next one is Dana Daylight.
Hoe dahe. Zani wali huan pikombra, ieto ekip shikombra, dali huko dali pe. Good morning. So happy there are so many people here. I was nominated for the powwow chair. My name is Dana Daylight. My father is Larry Daylight. His father is Clarence Daylight, and Clarence's mother was Fanny Crawfish. I am a proud Quapaw member. I didn't think I was going to be coming up here this morning. But, you know, the powwow staff that has, under Mike and Melanie, they have done such a great and fabulous job, and everything runs so smoothly. And it just seems that it's effortless how everything flows. And I think that anybody that has been nominated today is going to have that same thing. and we're all very supportive of each other. So it's, you know, either person will be a good choice, whether it be me or them. Very good choice. A little bit about me. I'm Quapaw, Osage, Delaware, Shawnee. I reside in Pawhuska, Oklahoma. I am currently an Osage language teacher for our public school, and I have a master's degree in organizational leadership. Let's see, what else? I have 3 children, John Parker, Robin Rulo, and David Daylight. Little bit about my kids. My son, he's in film, movies and film. We all kind of participated in that when the Killers of the Flower Moon came, and lots of us were in the movie in different aspects. But when you go see the movie in October, no plug for the film, but when you go see the movie, the Indian food made in that movie, I made it. The blanket that was put on the horse in the movie, I made it. But I'm also dead in the movie. Anyways, I'd really appreciate your vote, and good luck to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daylight. Is Ben Waters here? I'll just make one more last call for Ben Waters to see if he's in the room before we move on to the election. Okay, let's take it to the clickers. And while we're voting on it, we're going to go ahead and do another basket. This one is from Quapaw Counseling. It contains beach items. While we're doing the vote and doing this drawing, you guys can go ahead and take a break too. We can start business back up at 10:15 is when we're going to take a quick break. And the drawing for the beach item is number 1556123. And this basket is from Quapaw Counseling. 1556123. One 1556123. Last call. Okay, we're going to draw another one. 1556050. Now, granted, we've got like over 700 tickets in here and only half in the room, so we might have a few duds. 1556050. All right, I'm gonna move on. 1556179. We got a winner. We got a bingo. All right, you got basket number 2, beach items from Quapaw Counseling Service back there by the fireplace. Congratulations. You want to do another one? Let's go ahead and do one more. We got quite a few of these to get through. The next basket we have is from Family Services. The theme of it is 4th of July. And we have 1556004. We got a winner right off the bat. That's exciting. Congratulations. Basket number 3, 4th of July from Family Services. Okay, we will return back to business at 10:15. You guys can go ahead and continue to finish voting for the powwow chairman, and we will return to hear the Constitution Committee. Thank you.
See a lot of people getting up, moving around. Let's please remember to vote before you take your smoke break, etc.
We'll finish the tallying for the votes as soon as we return from break. We have got to finish up the powwow committee chair election. So, election committee, whenever you are ready to hit the stop button so we can see those results. Looks like Liz Tiger is 83, Tony Shawnee was 280, Dana Daylight was 91, and Ben Waters was 36. So congratulations, Tony Shawnee. Would you like to say anything? Oh, Sam. Well, congratulations, Tony. Next, we have the Constitution Committee. We are going to hand the floor over to Roman Quijega.
Thank you. So I'll try to keep this short, but I would like to do a demonstration today. Also, more importantly, we would want to remind you that along with the general election, there are going to be 16 amendments to our governing resolution that are going to be on the ballot. Okay? So I just want to remind everybody that that's coming up, and I really want to encourage more people to participate. And to do that, what I'd like to do is just like to share some general numbers for everybody. At present time, our current Quapaw enrollment is 5,924. Of those 5,924, 3,900 are 18 and older. All right, so 3,900 people are old enough to vote. However, only 1,642 of those 3,900 are registered to vote. That's less than 50% of the people who are able that are registered to vote, okay? Now, that's who's registered. Now, of those registered people, in our last election, 17.8% of registered voters voted.
Right. Point of order, we need to give the floor and the attention to Roman from the Constitution Committee. He's got some very important announcements to make. Thank you.
So I'll repeat that last part. In our last special election, 17.8% of registered voters participated in that election. 437 participated in voting for the junior tribal princess. All right. More than double the amount that participated in an election for your business committee voted for the tribal princess. Okay. Let that sit and marinate for a second. Now I'd like to do a demonstration really quick. I'm going to ask that everybody who's in a red chair plus the one row behind the red chair to please stand up if you're able. If you're not, it's okay. So today, there are 531 participants for this general council. In a general election, approximately 12% of our tribe participates in a general election. The people who are standing right now in the front of the room are representative of that 12%. This is about how many people, percentage-wise, are making decisions for the rest of you, for your children, for your other family members. This is who we're relying on as a nation. This amount of people are making decisions for you. And this isn't acceptable for us, okay? Go ahead and sit down. You go ahead and sit down. That's it. Voting be done at the general election. That's coming up. That's coming up. So hopefully that gives you a picture of there's a lot of people in the back there. There's a lot of people sitting behind those who stood up who were not represented fairly by the people who are standing up here in front, okay? So we encourage you, please, there are some very important measures coming up, amendments to the governance, to your governance, how you want your tribe to be ran. Please, if you're not registered to vote, register. If you are registered to vote, please participate, okay? The last thing is, I just wanted to give a report. We reported at the business committee meeting in June that we would have a survey ready for general council. So I just want to give you an update on that. The first thing is we're not ready. The second thing is we don't want to detract from what's more important, which is these 16 amendments that are going to be on the ballot. All right. We want all of our focus to be on these 16 amendments. So if you don't have them, you could find them by going to the Quapaw Nation webpage. Underneath the government tab, go to subcommittees, go to Constitution Committee, and then there's a link there with the 16 amendments that will be on your ballot. To get a special election or to get an absentee ballot, if you're not going to be able to be present, those absentee ballots are due by July 21st at 5 p.m. And I'll put this out there for the election this week, for the special election, your absentee ballots are due by 5 p.m. on July the 7th. All right, so this Friday, your ballots are due on those also. So that's all we have that's all we have to report. That's all we have. We just wanted to encourage you, please participate in this election coming up, participate in the general election coming up, and your voice does matter, all right? So please vote.
Thank you, Roman, from the Constitution Committee. Couldn't have said it better than myself. The next on the agenda is old business. from last year's General Council. We discussed a resolution enacting the Quapaw Nation Tribal Employment Rights Act to be brought up at General Council this year. Well, since that has happened, and before we move on to discussing it, we would like to suggest tabling this item and having a special General Council to discuss it in great detail. One of those reasons that has occurred between last year when this motion was made and this year is that we now have amendments coming to vote on the ballot in July, and there could be potential overlap between the Ethics Commission and what we have written in this TARA Act. Not only that, we do have some comments and some changes that need to take place with this TARA Act, so it needs some work. We can get into that work today if you would like, or we can table it and have a special General Council to discuss it. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that, because that's where we're at on the agenda. So next, old business. Does anybody want to make a motion regarding the TARA Act? We have a motion by Kelly Flanagan to table the TARA Act. Do we have a second? Second by Bonnie Schock. Okay, so now that we've got a second and it's not debatable, we're going to go ahead and call for the question. We're going to take a voice vote to table this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Any abstentions? This resolution has been tabled and a special General Council can be scheduled to bring it up. Next on the agenda, we have our candidate forum. We have got the chairman, the vice chairman, and 3 business committee positions. All candidates will have 5 minutes each, and they will be given a 1-minute warning. Please, we ask that you give them your undivided attention. They all have a lot to say, and we want to hear what they have to say. So we're going to give everybody their 5 minutes and move forward. So thank you. The first person up would be Miss Grace Good Eagle for the chairman position. Miss Grace. Oh. Let's do a drawing really quick while we're waiting for Miss Good Eagle to come up here. The next basket, basket number 4, is from our Marshall department, and it is a campfire themed basket. I think everybody's in the camping mood. And that ticket number is 155-6432. I hear a lot of disappointment, but I don't hear any win. That was 155-6432. Okay. I'm not very patient. I apologize. We're going to go on to the next number. This is for the basket number 4 from the Marshalls, 155-6504. 155-6504. All right, we're going to do it again. 155-6326. 155-6326.
Callie, can you shake that up a little bit better?
I just
it seems like you're calling all 600 numbers.
Well, there's like 700 in here, and there's only 400, so we're going to have some deads. All right, so we've got 155-6618. 155-6618. Do we have a winner? Woohoo! we got a winner. Congratulations. Your basket for the marshals will be back there by the fireplace. Congratulations. All right. Miss Grace, has she made it back yet? Would you like for us to bring the mic to you, Grace? Would you like to speak over there? Are you coming? Okay, thank you. Each candidate will have 5 minutes, and there will be a 1-minute warning given. We're setting for at least 85 minutes if we all stick to our 5-minute rule here, so we'll break it up a little bit. Are we ready? Yeah.
Hooray! If I haven't met you yet, my name is Grace Good Eagle. And I'm running for the post of Quapaw Chair. And if you haven't had a chance to look at the Quapaw Post, the earlier editions, I was profiled in the elders issue, and this was back in 2021. But in that issue was mentioned the fact that I have served as Quapaw Chair. This was back in the 1990s. And at that time, elders had asked me to run. They had said that they were wanting to get a slate of people together who were compatible, who could work together on business committee. And so I was asked to serve and to serve as chairman. And the family said, yes, do that. So I did. So I was elected and served. So fast forward to 2023. Family asked me if I was going to run for office. And I said I was thinking about it. Then I remembered a poem that I read a couple of years ago, a poem that touched my heart. And many of you can identify with the situation. This is about a Quapaw man who was perhaps in his 50s. The year was 1924. Now you see me, now you don't. There I am, lined up with the old Quapaw men. Still got my hair those days, all smoky black, braids. Look carefully again. See my fist, still holding that old lamp, lump of coal, lump of lead. I carried it back then, knew it made me rich. But now, they call me crazy, incompetent. Give me a guardian. Send me to Hiawatha, insane asylum for Indians, way up in South Dakota. Lose my money, lose myself. Do-gooders write a book, Oklahoma's Poor Rich Indians, an orgy of graft and exploitation. Get folks all stirred. Close down Hiawatha. Town fathers buy up the place, build themselves a golf course right over my crazy dead Indian brothers and sisters. Back to the agency, mute now, lips sewn tight. Now you hear me, now you don't. I cried when I read that poem. because I thought, now I can be his voice. And I'm in a situation now where I can be the voice for others. We do have some real concerns in Quapaw Nation. There's so much going on for us, but there are some concerns. One being elder verbal abuse, disrespect, and not only to elders, but others, sometimes by a few employees. Some of the employees have expressed difficulties at work. Some are quitting. They're going elsewhere.
1 minute.
I come to you as General Counsel. General Counsel is you and me. We're Quapaw from the heart. And so come July 8, vote. Because it's your future and the future of our coming generations. Gonna go.
Thank you, Ms. Griddle. Next, for the chairman candidate, we have Barbara Kaiser Collier.
Good morning. As you can see, another elder. So there must be something to this eldership that we are needing. We've seen a lot of changes in the last few years. A lot of changes since I started working for our nation back in 1974. We had one grant for $25,000 that paid everything: salaries, taxes, rent on a building, mileage, utilities, mail, everything. $25,000. And now look at what we have as a nation. But we need unity to go along with our success. And that is what I feel is missing a lot of. We are all family. This money sometimes interferes with that. But we are all family, and we need to act like family. I have as Grace said in the post, I put several things in there that I felt were important. But two paragraphs I have on a letter that I sent out to those that I had addresses for. We need to once again feel we are jointly rebuilding our nation. Now, I can remember, because I can go back to being a child and coming to meetings with my mother. Everyone didn't always get along, and everyone didn't always agree, but they would agree to disagree, and they would succeed, and they were successful. The General Counsel had a say-so in what happened with the nation, with the tribe at that time. And I think we need to get back to that. I think our nation needs to rebuild with honesty, integrity, fairness, and above all, prayer that Wakanta will help us and lead us. That's the key in everything we do. I believe we should have more than one general counsel. Perhaps start out with quarterly general councils so that the general council can have more of a say in what we do and what's done. Purchases for land and big decisions that are made should come with the approval of the general council, not just say, okay, here it is, this is what we're going to do. I believe that the membership should be able to know what's going on with the businesses, not with confidential issues, of course, in some of the programs, but with the major issues, purchasing land and things like that. I would like to set up a program. We now have an IT department that's supposed to be top notch, to set up a line so people near and far can send in suggestions or proposals or business plans to the tribe for review, for the general council to review and decide if that's the avenue we'd like to go down. And I'm not doing this for a powerful power. I'm doing it because I love our tribe. I have been here, been Quapaw since I was a little girl, since I was born, brought up here, brought up with elders that taught me the way that we should go. And I want to try to bring some of that back to the Quapaw Nation. Want to give back. We need to have more knowledge about what's happening, not just go over polls and elections and notices that have already been passed and done without any explanation. So I realize you can't make everyone happy all the time. I feel you can at least put in a plan that would be in place to make things better. I can remember when the Quapaw members were participating in the future of our nation, and I think they should again. So whatever you do, whomever you vote for, whether it be me or the other candidates, please vote. That is very important. It's your right to vote and have your say, and that's the way you have your say-so. So God bless you all, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Collier. Our last candidate for the chairman position is Weena Supernaw. Point of order for quietness in the room, please. We need to give Ms. Weena our full undivided attention, all of our candidates, please. Thank you.
Away. I don't know if you guys have noticed I'm a little short, so it's going to take me a second to get organized. So thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of the General Council, the Quapaw people. I'm seeking your support and vote in the upcoming July 8th recall election for the position of chair. I want to go through some names, and I know that some people get a little frustrated when we talk about who we come from. Well, I just spent the last 2 days in some incredible ancestry events. These names mean something. It ties us together. Found out finally how I was related to an entire another family, and it was wonderful. I'm a direct descendant of Junior Supernaw, Ix Supernaw, Grandma Supernaw, Kahika Steta, Tall Chief, Kahika Teta, Wazi Dagni, Wapatasa, Kahika Tanaka, and Kahika Tampate. My Quapaw name is Manjaji, standing son, given to me by Grandma Supernaw. I belong to the Snake Clan. I'm a graduate of George Mason University with a Bachelor of Science in Accounting. I'm a retired executive from MetLife after 30 years of service. Learned a lot over the years. I'm currently serving as your Quapaw Nation Business Committee Secretary Treasurer. In cooperation with these other serving members, we've accomplished a lot since I got sworn in last August. We reorganized the tribal government to better utilize our talented employees, increasing accountability and increasing quality outcomes. Eliminated multiple service providers for a savings of over $200,000 a year, and that's going to keep paying back. Updated the Bear Authorization Bill language just in April, and continuing to build congressional support for the bill so Congress will ultimately authorize and appropriate the settlement proceeds fully and equally to all enrolled tribal members as of September 2019. We've continued to pay down Downstream and Saracen debt. As Vice Chair said earlier today, Saracen's paid off $100 million in debt. Downstream has paid off $135 million. We've done 2 ARPA tribal member distributions, increased utility assistance, and a food distribution. More to come on all those fronts. We've increased tribal member participation through a town hall that was conducted last December, and it actually drove the prioritized utilization of our remaining ARPA funds. Strengthened our inherent sovereignty through increased government-to-government relations, and we increased commitment to a free and independent news organization. We just signed a resolution last month creating a different legal entity so that not just Quapaw Post, but also our communications team can ultimately be less pressured. My platform is actually pretty simple. It's to commit to the Quapaw people my full-time undivided attention, continue down that path of government reform. Those amendments Roman Cahiga spoke about will have not only an impact on us, but future generations. Continued focus on our strategic plan, focus on our culture and traditions, improving communications between the Quapaw government and the people, serve all tribal members equally with respect, impartiality, and humility. Continued advocacy for the full and equal Bear versus U.S. proceed distribution. The Quapaw Nation's needs have evolved tremendously over the last few years. My education and extensive business experience uniquely position me to serve you. You deserve full-time attention. You deserve stability. You deserve professionalism. You deserve a chair with unwavering enthusiasm for our future as a nation. I humbly request your support in the July 8th election. Gunagay.
Thank you, Ms. Superno. The next set of candidates we have are the vice chair annual candidates. And first up is Miss Amy Panther Kavestad. Is Amy here? Oh, there you are.
Good morning. Good morning, BC. You know, as Roman was saying, we do have over 5,000 members and 16 who are registered voters, and yet we have under 300 that vote. And as he said, it's just a few. We got all these people. We need to bring back the vote, our general council, for all BC, I mean, for the members here, for chairperson, vice chair. Why we have all these people? You know, every year it gets smaller and smaller, and we got the same people, same family names up on this. I come from Whitebird, Greenbacks. You know, I've been Quapaw all my life, and from what I learned, we are still voting for the same people. And yet people, it started with the bingo hall, and then had embezzlement from one person, I heard. You know, everything you hear nowadays is hearsay, but yet it's been the truth all along. And then, and yet they can't forgive John Berry for so-called his sins or his, whatever he did. So to me, that what makes us judge and jury over those kinds of sins. We're not. We're people, and we all make mistakes. Y'all forgave Callie Bowen for her lies, and she got to stay in. I mean, I'm just trying to see why we all got different thoughts, you know, and we need to
Point of order.
change that.
Can we please keep this down so Ms. Amy can speak?
We need
Thank
to
you.
change that. We need people in there that's for the truth and for our people. We know about businesses. We know the business is going to grow. And we know that, but we need a voice for the people. We need someone that's standing up for the people and that's be willing to say, we need this done for our people. Yeah, you're getting the businesses made. You're making this. You're changing the casinos. You're restructuring and all that. But it's the people still lack. We have families still in hurting. Not over money. It's just housing, financial, food. You know, people got kids. And they're worried about everything, but they can only do what the money gives them to do. And yet they talk about they got a lot of money. I'm not saying I'm judge and jury over anybody. We all make mistakes. I just want everybody to know that I will always speak the truth, whether you all like it or not. And I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind. A lot of people are. A lot of people got fear in this indigenous country. But as an O-gah-pah person, indigenous woman, you know, I'm getting up there myself in age. I'm not young like I used to be, where I can really mouthy. Hey, but anyway, I know my sister told me to behave. But if I wasn't a real indigenous person, I wouldn't be laughing. But I'd laugh all the time because that's what we as indigenous people do. We have to be happy about who we are and where we come from and where we're going. Whether we see good or bad or indifference in anybody. And I, for one, will stand up for you. Because we need the truth. Not everybody speaks the truth up here. Not everybody told the truth. And those that you see working, only one person I ever seen working this whole few months was Winna Supernall, doing a lot of things and having her, you know, they all try to work together, but they all got a lot of disagreements on what to do and how to do it. And as for Downstream, I work at Downstream. I'm in security. Last night I was told by Marshal Charlie that he could bring anybody in he wants to because he had proof. He had say-so from Stuart Grayson. Now, we're Quapaw people. I think we should have a Quapaw person over Downstream.
Time, Miss Amy.
And so I'm gonna talk. I'm not understanding why we have, I mean, he told me that he could bring anybody in because Stuart Grayson. Well, I think that's wrong, and the people should know that that's wrong. You know, we need truth at all costs. And I'm not understanding
Point of
why
order.
we have 5,000 people.
Point of order.
Under
the 5-minute limit has been reached.
And why is my freedom of speech taken away?
Everybody gets equal amount of time, 5 minutes for each candidate, so we can move through the agenda, please.
Okay, thank you.
The next candidate we have for vice chair is Heather Dismuke.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you all for being here. I apologize for my hoarse voice. It's been a wonderful weekend at the powwow and at camp. Every time we gather for General Council, we do witness the enduring strength of our people. We recall as we sit here what binds us as Quapaw people, and we reaffirm the promise of another year. Today, we continue that never-ending journey to bridge cultural traditions with the needs of governance and the demands of business in a greater, interconnected, and evolving community, because we are spread throughout the United States. But since time immemorial, we have always bridged that gap. One of the things we have always understood is that when times change, so must we. And by doing so, we preserve our culture and we preserve our ways. We are a living and breathing culture. And as I watched our youth dance this weekend, I see our culture continuing on. As I see our young people cooking, I'm seeing our culture continuing on. We have been tested by many crises that have proved our resilience, and our possibilities are limitless. But today, decisions are upon us, and we must act more than ever. We must rise above the standard that has been set prior. We must do it together as a nation and as a people. Our first and foremost obligation is to support the Constitution Committee, finalizing TARA for the betterment of all of our employees, tribal and non-tribal, to finalize and implement the 10-year strategy that has been suggested the past couple years. We need to update our tribal code with a focus on behavioral health to protect and give voice to our most vulnerable. And lastly, with doing all of this, we must keep our traditions alive and accessible to everyone. It is now our generation's task to carry on what our ancestors began. Progress happens over time, but only if we act in our time. We cannot take absolutism as principle, or take spectacles as politics, or treat name calling as reasoned debate. We must act, and knowing that our work will be imperfect, we must act without fear of any shortcomings, and we must trust and empower our peoples, knowing that today's victories will stand in 2 years, 4 years, 40 years, 400 years. Let us, each of us, now embrace the duty and joy that is our birthright, with simple effort and simple purpose, with passion and dedication. I humbly ask today for your vote. My name is Mary Heather Dismuke. I do go by Heather, and I ask that you rise above the standard. Gonna gay.
Thank you, Ms. Dismuke. The next candidate we need to hear from is Mr. Grant Schock. Do we have a walking microphone? He would like to use the microphone. He doesn't want the podium.
So me and Jose worked together back at Downstream when we opened the property. Good friend of mine, employee of ours here. We got to take care of our employees, treat them like we want to be treated, and lead by example. There, we got to keep our employees here, make them happy, let them know that we care about them. But that's a whole other subject here. So let me introduce myself. First and foremost, I wanted to say thank you to the council for giving me the time and opportunity to speak with General Counsel here, and I wanted to thank you for your time out of your days here. Let me put this up. Excuse me, it's been a few long days here at the powwow. It's been good though. I can say I think it gets better and better each year. So, being said, Friday night, beautiful Quapaw night. Love seeing all the kids out there. The future's bright. All my brothers, they have kids, 4 or 5 of them. Joey, I love you. I love all your kids like that. I think we have a huge, bright future, but we got to take care of that and make sure that those kids are staying engaged with that, still dancing hard when they're in their teens and stuff like this. But we're over here talking about the powwow, so we got to talk about the champion dancers we have that are powwow, they're Quapaw here, and that's sure enough. I felt proud just to watch them dance. You know, it was an amazing feeling. And past chairmen, past vice chairmen, we try to keep that bond no matter how it breaks. Joe, I want to say that he danced for us Friday night. He did real good. We all need to hear that sometimes. We're all human. We all need to hear that we're doing good. I want to say to Joey each time, Joey Gibbswater takes care of the fire. I didn't have a chance to say this, but the grounds committee, if you're here, raise your hand or stand up, because I know we need to recognize you all. I mean, no? All right. Well, Blade, and I don't want to say too many names because I know there's one that I'm not for sure that he's here or not, but man, I couldn't be enjoying that with my kiddos if we didn't have that clean grass pitch that we have, and that's all. It's all a big. It's almost like a job like this, right? So you got the committee, which we want our committee to base it around. That's my words here. Let me get my notes here. I'll just start here. So 3 years ago, I decided to run for chairman. Why? I met a good friend of mine. I met him when we were digging graves of all things. Putting our relatives down. Well, I don't know if it was the bear, the black, the red, the green, the yellow. I was helping them, and we were taking care of that, making sure that the fire is taken care of. There's the foods. If we didn't have a cook, we wouldn't have no foods to eat for that feast. Wouldn't be able to take care of it the right way it needs to be done. Now, I'm not going to stand up here and say I know how to do all that, and I'm and speak to you in that language that hopefully I can get to that point. But the only way I'm going to get there is if I work as a team on this business committee. Work as a team. Work with my brothers that are teaching me the ways right now, and only growing that with together. So anyhow, I met a good friend of mine digging the graves and helping out around there. Wanted to run for a seat, and there was a lot of folks running against me at the time, and I was okay with the outcome. But here it is, two years later, and we're sitting around, and I see it up there at the summer house. Tons of potential all around me. We're doing big things, My brother's here, my brother's there. Well, I just want to say that we're all human, and I see that we need help. We need to do something up here because Uncle Son came up here and he voiced his concern. I think that ought to be number one on our list, is take care of those things that somehow got overlooked, but it doesn't matter. We need to get those taken care of at that deadline. So number one, bottom line, whoever you vote for has a big job to take care of. You got to hit the boots running day one. And, I just hope the best for our tribe. And again, we want unity. We want that to be okay, so what it takes, you got the cook to take care of the foods. You got the fireman. We're all working as one. If I can't take care of the fire, for instance,
Time.
unless I knew they were here to take care of me. So it's all part of that. All part of that. We want to be on the same team, help each other out, feed on others' potential, and maybe they're better at certain things, but that's what makes us different. Is I can help out in my ways, in my marketing and all that experience like that. Others can do their
Time.
and pay their.
Time is up.
Their
Point of
toll
order's
the other
been
way.
called.
But anyhow,
Thank you, Grant.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate is Mr. Sonny Glass. Good morning.
Away. Good morning, my friends, my family, Quapaw Nation. I am honored to stand here before you this morning in front of my peers, in front of my elders, in front of the Quapaw Nation. I want to acknowledge the other candidates for their platforms and their information. I'm hoping that our business committee is taking notes of their concerns. It has been several years since I've had to interview for a position. For the past 12 years, I have been a supervisor for the Quapaw Tribal Gaming Agency, where I diligently have 4 agents who oversee and report about our games. Because of this, we have been able to ensure that our games have the integrity that we need to have and protect our assets. I have been a privilege, or I've had the privilege, to serve on the nation in various capacities. I was the first bingo hall. You've already heard something about the bingo hall. I have been on the business committee. I have been a tribal administrator. I have served on the grievance committee. And for the past 4 years, I have been a Quapaw powwow chairman. And I didn't do it alone. I needed help. I hold an associate in computer science at Northeastern Oklahoma A&M, Miami. I hold a bachelor's degree from Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, where I also served at NEO. I was the vice president and president of my student body. My daughter is presently at Oklahoma State. She will be a junior this coming fall. My educational background along with my professional experience, has equipped me with the necessary knowledge and expertise to be able to contribute to our nation in nation's programs and Indian gaming. Thanks to gaming, our casinos have been able to provide for our social services that we have today, as well as our national health insurance. I firmly believe that there is more we can do to achieve if we maintain what we have in the future. It has come in the coming years, it's already been stated that in 2028 and 2029, Downstream and Saracen are going to be paid off. This is going to give us additional funds. The question is, What will we do with this surplus? It is crucial that we start making plans to utilize these funds. Your suggestions and your input will be needed. Not just the business committee, we will need it. Quapaw Nation has come a long ways in our history, and we continue to fight for our livelihood. We face challenges from those who oppose our sovereignty and from those who view us as mere cowboys against the Indians.
1 minute.
Together, we can overcome these challenges. My platform revolves around maintaining and improving what we have already achieved as a nation. Today, I humbly ask for your support and your vote July the 22nd as your next Vice Chairman of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. Let us show our state and our country that we engage in our electoral procedures and that we do elect our elected officials. We have a state governor that says he was hired and elected by the state, but let's show him we can do it too. Today, we can share a brighter future. Vote Sunny Glass, Sunny Glass, Sunny Glass. Gunny Gay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Okay, thank you. Yes. Next, we have Miss Virginia Mouse.
Somebody left their phone.
Oh, somebody left their phone up here.
Hawaii, iwiki de ondagani, dada jaje ating. Hello, my name is Virginia Mouse. It's good to see all you Quapaw people here today. I'm a direct descendant of Widow Stafford. As a Quapaw woman, mother, grandmother, I've been raised to put our people first. And that means that the technical skills and experience that I bring to the business committee are always through the eyes of improving the lives of our people and strengthening the sovereignty of our tribal nations. I was raised immersed in our Quapaw culture, traditions, values, and have had the honor of serving as head cook on numerous occasions. These things have a place in our daily lives, in our daily operations. When we look at who we are as Quapaw people into the work that we do, when we don't incorporate who we are as Quapaw people, we fail to do our best for our people. Normally, I'm not nervous talking in front of people, but today I'm nervous. So I apologize. Our nation is turning over a new leaf, and it needs new leadership that can help us transition into the times with a new governance, but help keep us connected to who we are culturally. Our nation needs a business committee that can comply with your wishes. We are in trying times, but I do believe that there's nothing that we can overcome through determination and hard work. I have nearly 20 years of experience in the area of compliance. And during that time, I've worked very hard to ensure compliance with federal and tribal regulations to keep the entities that I served following the guidelines. I believe that we need to preserve our sovereignty, but we first must exercise our sovereignty fully. That can mean many things, but the big thing is we need to preserve our language, and using it every day is exercising our sovereignty. One of the arguments to SCOTUS against McGirt was that we aren't sovereign because we haven't used it. Well, we didn't use it because they took it away from us. They took our ability away to govern our own lands, make our own laws, to keep our people safe. And we have to fight that to not fall into that trap again. And our very existence today is showing our sovereignty. Our neighbors, the Ottawas and Peorias, have now had their reservations affirmed, and they fall under McGirt like we do. It may seem like a new day, but I also believe that we're kind of stepping into the past, a past where we fully exercised our sovereignty on our own lands, when we had the authority and the capacity to keep our people safe and our communities safe. I'm a no-nonsense kind of person. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. I won't tell people what they want to hear because I need their support or I need their votes. I'm loyal to my Quapaw people, and I want to do what's best for them. And I know that we're not always going to agree, but I will communicate with you. And I humbly ask for your vote. Our communities are old. We need to be looking at housing, schools, roads, internet access, all those things that we're not kept up with in the growth of our community. In addition, we need to look at economic indicators like home ownership, employment, income. We need to maximize how our own enterprise funds are being used to grow our communities and to allow our people to thrive in those communities. We need to be responsible for the revenues we have coming in, regardless of whether they're through grants or they're through our casinos.
1 minute.
Planning is the key. We have to plan. We need to look at the immediate and long-term needs and then determine if those needs presented are wants or if they're actually needs. We need to talk to our frontline employees. Those people know more than any elected official what's going on in their own service areas. How do we do that? We look at our community. We look how we can bring Quapaws home, bring them home to work and for their families to thrive. We need to teach everyone. We used to be a community. It used to be, what can I do for you? Not what are you going to do for me, but what can I do for you? We need to get back to where we're a community, to where we're a family, to where we're helping each other. Because until we do that, we can't help our future generations. And if we're not going to make good decisions that's going to make their lives better, then what are we doing?
Time.
I humbly ask for your vote, regardless of who you vote for. It is important for you to vote. Ganike.
Thank you, Ms. Mouse. Next, the last candidate we have for the vice chair position is Beth Blaylock.
Quite sure how. Good morning. I'm Beth Blaylock. I am a descendant of the Whitebird and Romick family. I graduated from OU with a master's in social work. I have worked in mental health, and I just recently retired from NEO after 21 years of being an instructor there. I have been talking with many of the tribal members, and I have a list of things that they have told me that they have concerns about. And if you were to choose me as your candidate for vice chair, these are the things that they talked about: having people who are local being on our business committee, continuing with our language and our culture. We have a really good start on that, but they would, a lot of people would like to have that expanded. Housing, we do have housing for elders, and we have recently passed an amendment, I guess, to spend money on housing for domestic violence victims. But we also need housing for younger people. And I don't know if this entails us going into down payment assistance or maybe having some type of, loan program or what, but we have lots of folks who would like to own a home. Employees have some concerns, and I'm not talking about casino employees, I'm talking about our tribal administration employees that they would like to have addressed. Also, agricultural sovereignty. I've heard time and time again that that is going to be one of the big issues in the future. And I think that that's an important thing. We have the agricultural side, we also have the beef and buffalo side, but to continue to expand that. Better communication. I have heard that many people have tried to call different departments. They couldn't get a hold of someone. They didn't get a return call. We had several months where people were displaced and our phone systems weren't necessarily working and that kind of thing. I don't know if that was the issue for you in particular, but that needs to improve. Also, that our webpage is difficult to maneuver, and they would like to see they would like to see that improve so that it was easier to find things. I have gone on and typed in the search thing for a certain issue, and then it'll tell me that there's nothing there. Oh, you've had that issue too. So that would be something that would help. Also, what are we going to do with our future as far as new businesses? I've had some people say, maybe helping people have workshops for them in order to start a small business and help them, have some type of support for them to do that. Or maybe we would want to, open a quick trip with a gas station someplace, or maybe some type of store, or help individuals who are artisans maybe start some type of business, have a store where they could go and show their stuff. All of these things I think are important. Our language
1 minute.
is right up there. We do have someone who teaches that, but apparently a lot of people would like to have better access to that and to be able to learn that. I would very much appreciate your vote on July 22nd. I would listen to your concerns. I would pass those on and be honest, forthright, and available to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beth Blaylock. Next on the candidate forum, we have the business committee positions for the annual election. There are 3 positions available, and we have 8 candidates. So first up is Miss Michelle Newton.
Good morning. I am Michelle Newton. I'm a descendant of the Buffalo Clan. I have served the past 2 terms on the business committee, and I can also say I've been humbled and honored to be standing for each of you today. My heart has always been for our Quapaw people. I have been honored to serve and been a part of several great accomplishments serving on this board. I am grateful and appreciative of you allowing me to serve. And I'm going to take this minute because right now this team that I work with, I'm very proud and very honored to be sitting with them this morning. One way I have described serving on this board is I would like to refer to it as the good, which I'm going to say better said, the great, the bad, and the ugly. At times I've described it as if I've been on a roller coaster. I can honestly say that I've enjoyed the ride so far, even though there have been some rough bumps, ups and downs, and a little jerky along the way. I will not dwell on the bad and the ugly because that is none of us any good. I do believe we all need a reminder now and then that life is truly short, and we must take advantage of living each day as if it's our last. It has never been hard for me to do the right things and to love people. Some may not always or ever agree with me or the board's decisions, but I can assure you of this, that I do care and value your opinion, and have always been and will continue to listen to you. I have and will always own up to any mistakes that I make along my journey, whether serving on this board or not. Going back with the good, the bad, the ugly, but not in that particular order. The bad, I had believed long before I was serving on this board that a long overdue forensic audit needed to be completed. That was accomplished during my second year serving, and unfortunately the findings from the audit were heartbreaking, to say the least. I have shed many tears from what I have witnessed. My prayer is justice to be served and for this chapter in our tribe to be closed. I do hope that a forensic audit is always on the agenda every few years to keep any and all board members and employees accountable. I will keep the ugly part short. It serves no purpose and accomplishes nothing. I have never wanted any part of Facebook or any social media purely for my own personal conviction. I am one to believe that if I do not spend time in God's Word every day, I surely have no business spending time on any social media. It is very unfortunate there are individuals that read and believe that what they see on social media to be the truth. I am a strong believer that if people spend even a small portion of time they spend on social media reading the Bible, our world would be a much better place to live in. Unfortunately, Facebook has turned it into something ugly. Again, life is short, and we should live it loving people and not tearing them down. Be strong and bold enough to speak to each other in person and work things out. I count it a true blessing to know many of you here today. I appreciate all of you who call me when you have questions, concerns, or when the rumor mill is on the go. Never hesitate to call me. Email me however you need to get a hold of me. I have been and will always be willing to sit down and talk with you. I truly appreciate each one of you that have done that on my journey. I'm going to move on to the great things. There's been a lot of great things accomplished that I have been blessed to be a part of. The refinancing of our casino's debt, we have paid off a lot of money, and that is something that we all should be very proud of. And that is something I know that your board is currently striving to continue to reach that goal. There has been a Constitution Committee that's been created, and I know that they're working diligently to help better our nation. We've been building and working with hardworking employees across our nation's entities, and we have many Quapaw leadership, and that's still growing. Started a pristine team cleaning company who does a great job keeping our casino floor and certain areas of the back of our house clean. Increasing funding for our elementary and higher education. In the works of building affordable housing options for members. Providing more assistance for our veterans and elders. Increasing our utilities assistance. Planning and implementing a food sovereignty program. And the plan, hopefully, to start this year serving our members with food. I am a recycler, and Weena reminded me that maybe I should share this with you, but my family, I drive them crazy when it comes to recycling, when it comes to plastic, boxes, cans, whatever it is. But also, I implement that everywhere I go, and we have, we're very blessed with many things in our entities. But I really like to, I'm kind of the go-to when it comes to something that somebody wants to get rid of, and I hope to find it a new home. If it's possible. If not, if it's time to recycle and it's got to go, it will go. But I enjoy that, and I feel like I'm always trying to think of ways we can save money for our nation. That's always first and foremost for me. Domestic violence, tiny homes are under construction. Security cameras installed are in the works to keep our campgrounds open throughout the year. A communications team was started, and they do an excellent job. I know I enjoy getting the Quapaw Post every month, and I know that takes a lot of work, and it's been really great to keep each one of us informed.
Time.
Did you say time? Okay. I will continue to do my very best and trust God to help guide and direct my heart and mind to help make the best decisions for the betterment of our nation. I will continue to advocate for our tribal members. It's extremely important that no matter who fills these positions, Their goal is to build a better foundation for generations to come. I humbly ask for your vote. Thank you.
Okay, the time that we're doing here is moving along very, very quickly, and it's going good as planned. So our next candidate is Abigail Logan, and hopefully by the time we get done with these candidates, it'll be lunchtime, and we can take a break and do some drawings and stretch our legs. So just a few more candidates to get through, and we appreciate your patience, and if you don't mind, just giving them your undivided attention, so we can move forward. Thank you, Abigail. Can we please get a mic up here for Abigail? Oh, they're bringing her one.
Good morning, Quapaws. It's a great day to be Quapaw. Every day is a great day to be Quapaw. I don't have a Quapaw name, but I have a Shawnee name, and my Shawnee name is Hankawelama. It was given to me when I was a little girl by Aunt Jeffer White in my grandpa's house, John Panther. I come from greenbacks and whitebirds and panthers and Washingtons and Tyners. There's a whole lot of us. And the way I see my family is outreach between all those different tribes, those different names. They're all different. They have added tribes, but we're all one people. I've always seen my people as one people. I've never looked differently at anybody. What I have a problem with that's going on in our tribe is the half-truths that get told because they want to save face for somebody's vote. I stood up here a few years ago and told y'all, I don't need a label. I don't need a title to be here and stand up for my people, for you, all of you here. I'm 40 years old, and I'm so proud to see these faces, the ones that are still here. I came here, and I'm running because our ancestors, yours, mine, they're the ones who wanted me here. They're the ones who called upon me. Because they're tired of the games that are being played with their generational people, their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren. They're tired of the games that's going on with their business committee and the way they're doing things to their people because they're in it. All they talked about was money. First thing out of anybody's mouth is always money. All of you deserve to be taken care of. It doesn't matter your degree, what education you have, how much money you have on your own. That's where funerals come in. You know, you show up for the living. They're gone. They're making their journey. But you show up for them families. You show up for their loved ones. You honor the living because they need you. I'm not perfect, but I'll be the first one to tell you when I do something I'm not supposed to or I do something wrong. I'm going to tell you because that's who I am. That's how I was raised. I was raised to be the first person to speak on it. That's what accountability is. Accountability is ownership. It is taking on, it's assuming responsibility. Every time I turn around, oh, well, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. It wasn't my fault. Oh, well, they should have done it this way. Well, they were told this. It's always something. Somebody's got to pass the buck. They want to pass it along. Oh, well, the past administration or this administration or this person. If I sit up there on that seat, if they're not doing right, you're going to know about it. You're going to be the first ones to know about it.
1 minute.
And if I'm sitting up there, you better know one thing. I live and breathe, and I will lay my life on the line for my Quapaw people. My people.
Thank you, Abigail. Next candidate is Mr. Larry Mercer.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure and an honor to see everyone here today. There were times when we had maybe 17 people, 50 people, so it's good to see large numbers. I wish it was even larger. But we'll get there one day, and I wish everyone would come out and vote. And my name is Larry Mercer. My mother was Cusat, so we're related to many, many people. And if you look far enough down your tree, you'll find that almost everyone here is related to everyone else, somewhere, somehow. But I want to thank the people, our nation, for allowing me the honor and the pleasure to serve with this committee. And I am now seeking re-election. I would like to serve one more term. And the experience I've gained while on this committee is invaluable. I spent over 30 plus years with Michelin Tire Company. I got my degree as an associate at NEO in accounting. I was going to accounting, and then I decided I couldn't sit behind a desk all day long. Just couldn't do it. So I went into the military, served 4 years in the United States Navy. They were great years. I learned a lot of experience. I was in naval intelligence, worked with special forces. And it was invaluable. I saw the world. That was my goal. But it has prepared me for many things. Then I graduated, got my BS in just business administration, and I went on to work for Michelin Tire. I was actually started with B.F. Goodrich, then I was transferred to Alabama. Michelin bought us out, so they sent me to their own engineering school. And then I was spent last part of my career as the general manager for the development at the Tuscaloosa, Alabama plant for new tires. So I had a very good career. I enjoyed that career. I retired early, came back to take care of my parents who were getting down, unable to take care of themselves. So I was granted 5 glorious years to serve as caregiver 24/7 for my parents, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. I served on the EFA committee for 12 years to serve our people that in need for emergency assistance. It was an honor and a pleasure, but I did see the needs of our people, and the needs are great. And our job is to see that we have a continuation of finances. I know people don't say we talk about money, but it's going to take money to provide services. And my goal is to see that we have sustainability so that we can take care of future generations, not just blow it all. But the experience that I've gained serving on the BCs, it has been invaluable. I believe it will help me to continue on. I've been able to work, not agree every time with everyone up there, and we don't. But at the end of the day, you can agree to disagree. And that's what it takes. It takes unity. It takes unity for the people. And I have loved the people, love it with all my heart. My heart's been broken at times this past year. But like I was told, we take one step at a time and make sure that step is forward. I've got a lot of information here, but I'm not going to read any of it. But I just want to thank you for the time, ask you for consideration when it comes time to vote. I could go on, but we're getting hungry. So I'm going to cut it short, but I do appreciate everyone. I love everyone. I've had a great week. We always have a great week at Powwow. And Just enjoy yourself. Consider your heart when it comes time to vote. Look into your heart. Don't vote because I know you, you're my best friend.
1 minute.
Vote from your heart. Thank you. I'm giving a minute to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. The next candidate that we have is Melissa Wesley.
Good morning. I'm going to make this short and sweet because I know we're getting restless. I'm going to get to the point. So when I wrote my speech, I imagined that most of our speeches would sound very similar, and that we would tell you why you should vote for us and tell you what we would like to accomplish if elected. But what I want to talk to you about is unity. It's no secret that our tribe has been divided for quite some time. So my goal, if elected, is to help unify our tribe by listening to your voices and to serve you. I will do this by treating every single Quapaw member with respect and treating you equally. As leaders, we need to listen to all of our people, especially our elders. We need to draw from their experiences and their knowledge. And I want to be the person who fights for the betterment of the entire tribe and not just a select few. I also believe that our leaders need to set a precedent of acting in a mature manner when issues arise. Our leaders need to handle situations with grace and dignity. Let's challenge ourselves to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. And most of all, whether you vote for me or not, I just pray that you guys will go to God in prayer and ask Him to guide you when it comes to voting. Put the people in the positions that need to be in the positions to forward our tribe. We need to heal our tribe, preserve what we have, and grow as a Quapaw Nation. I want to thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Wesley. Our next candidate is Miss Linda Davis.
Hawaii. Hello to all O-Guah-Pah relations. Thank you for your presence at General Council and for participating by Zoom. For those that may not know me, my name is Linda Davis. I am a fifth-generation descendant of George and Minnie Cold Springs Red Eagle, the great-granddaughter of Josephine Sophia Red Eagle Greenback, the granddaughter of Leroy and Marguerite Kennedy Watson, and the daughter of the late Delbert and Martha Watson Longden. I am honored to stand before you today as a member of the Business Committee, seeking to be reelected. Currently, I am serving an expiry term. I believe continuity is needed as we have endured unprecedented times within our nation. I feel being reelected would be one pivotal role in the continuity of the Business Committee. Prior to being elected, I worked in the Family Services Department in the Domestic Violence Unit for 7 years, from the intake clerk to the grant award administrator. There are many challenging aspects related not only to this position, but to the operations of the unit. I want to say thank you to the nation for your support of the Domestic Violence Tiny Home Project and making a vision of mine come to life. While I was in this position, your help and feedback from the town hall meeting and survey is a direct result in these tiny homes being built. I am happy to inform you the structures are dried in and sheetrock will be installed later this week. This is a prime example of why I would like to see more town hall meetings take place. I respect and value your input, and it is vital to the success of this nation. Although my time on the BC has been short, I have been selected as the representative for the nation on the Northeastern Tribal Health System Governing Board. I declined the monthly stipend. After discussing the declination with the Business Committee and in memory of Flossie Matthews and Ardina Moore, I stand before you today pleased to announce to the nation the stipend will be directed to the All Tribes Education Consortium, also known as ATEC. This will further assist tribal citizens in their efforts to obtain an education and/or trade. These ladies and others have worked tirelessly throughout the years to raise money for scholarships. Many things have been taken from our nation, but no one can take away our education. In the past, I have mentioned this, and I will mention it again. I have been blessed to serve the nation in many capacities in my work life and personal life. I have demonstrated I am trustworthy, dedicated, motivated, accountable, and committed to the betterment of our nation. I will continue to strive for improving communication, transparency, checks and balances to ensure protection of the nation's assets, debt reduction, and most importantly, increased tribal member services. In closing, I am proud to say my great-great-grandfather, George Red Eagle, was known for his intelligence and served as an interpreter for the tribe. As a fifth-generation descendant, I can only imagine the hopes and dreams our ancestors had for us. By far, to serve the nation as a member on the business committee is my greatest honor. There is a Dakota proverb that states, "We will be forever known by the tracks we leave." May my tracks be known for honesty, integrity, humility, compassion, and love for the Quapaw Nation, for whom I am a part of. Roman, I want to thank you for your demonstration and providing a visual for our members. I had the opportunity to serve on the election committee for 20 years through several administrations and with a great team of individuals that I am most proud to have served with. Please understand this: the power lies within your hands. Exercise your right to vote. I humbly seek your support and vote in the annual election to be held on Saturday, July 22nd at the community building located at the Powwow Grounds. The polls are open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and the cutoff for absentee ballots is 5 p.m. July 21st. Gonna gay.
Thank you, Ms. Linda Davis. Our next candidate to hear from is Ms. Carolyn Button-Knott.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Button-Knott. My mother is Charlene Button. She's one of the oldest living elders, and she is here in the room. She's right back there. Wave, Mom. My great-grandmother was Irene Dardine Schaefer, and she was an original Lautee. I'm a descendant from Abraham Dardine. I am Snake Clan. I've always lived near Quapaw, except for 4 years when we lived on an Indian reservation in New Mexico, where I was charge nurse. I've been to every powwow except one time, and that was on the 4th of July in 1981, and that's when my son was born. I've been a real estate broker for 10 years, so I know the art of negotiation. I'm a retired nurse, so I know empathy and compassion. I teach shawl classes at the tribe and other tribes. I teach beading classes. And I also made the princess shawls too. I cook at memorial dinners when I'm asked to. Now, my main focus is on culture, our culture, education, and elder respect, like Gracie said. I feel that our culture is being eroded and we're losing our Quapaw traditions. I feel we are starting to lose our identity and adopt other tribes' teachings. I've danced all my life. My mom danced, my 2 children danced, and my grandchildren dance today. As far as education, our nation could do more to ensure all Quapaw youth have a brighter future, and we need to all encourage them. I feel our elders need more support and benefits and increase in their utilities. And the elder housing has been promised a fence for months, and it's not been put up. People are going behind their complexes. They just make it a road and they go behind it. It scares them. That needs to be taken care Let's see. Yeah. In closing, I've lived here, I've seen what's going on, and we need to make a change to stop the hate, heal, and come together again as a tribe. I humbly ask for your vote on July the 22nd. Gonna gay.
Thank you, Ms. Carolyn Knott. Next, we have Mr. Joey Giveswater Smith.
Away, O-gah-pah, Nika Shika. Hello, my Quapaw relatives. I come before you stand here today, let you guys know who don't know me. My name is Joey Giveswater Smith. My Indian name is Quapaw. Here from my Quapaw side, I come from the track and the Griffin family and the Shaps as well. I'm just a young man here in this life. I'm part of the young crew who takes care of our tribe, our traditions, and our culture. And most times I stand in the back, you know, I don't say nothing because I am so young. It's that right that was instilled in me from my grandma and my elders. You don't say nothing, you don't speak before older people. And so that's what I do. I just stay back there and I watch and I listen, I observe and I help where I can. I try to do the best that I can, you know. So to all my older relatives, if you guys will forgive me, overlook me for talking before you, don't mean to say nothing or be nobody before you guys. I'm just trying to stand here and do the best I can. My platform is a lot like everybody else's to ensure the language, the culture, the work ethic, the humility of people within our tribe, the quality of people, the quantity of our employees, and the betterment of all the things that the BC does, and all the effort that they give on a daily basis, on a yearly basis, not just themselves, but their mental capacities, their hearts, their souls, their bodies. They give a lot of it. Just on the flip side of behind the scenes, on the cultural side, on the employment side, on the down low, there's a lot of us that do the same caliber of work, just not in front of everybody. I'm one of those guys, just one of those young guys in the back. I've worked for the tribe for 6 years, been in the maintenance department here coming on over just the past year, been at the grounds, taking care of the powwow grounds, and it's been fun. You know, it's been a lot of fun working, getting to see the changes here in the tribe. A maintenance man, you know, just a guy who runs around and fixes and repairs things, improves. That's why I'm standing here in front of you here today, offering the best of myself to help improve our tribe in that kind of mental aspect. I've given myself body, mind, and soul for half my life now. Many of you know me, some of you don't. I've been part of the young crew that's helped our tradition and culture go. We brought back our church. We just recently brought back our gourd clan. We keep our arena going here. We keep our fires going. That's what they told me. That's what my elders told me. They said, you keep your fires clean, you keep your tradition, you keep yourself straight, take care of your home first, and then you can help take care of other people. So that's what I did. I listened to the best, listen to elders, listen to the best I could. And I know I'm just young. I don't have an education like everybody else around me. I don't have those credentials. I'm not too savvy with numbers like everybody else who's older, but anything here can be learned. Anything can be learned if you put the effort and quality of work behind yourself and move forward towards it. It's real simple. We're simple people. Do the best you can on behalf of one another, whether you like them or not, whether you go to their camp and eat or not, whether you talk to them or not. Still be there for them, or irregardless. Anyways, I just want to thank each and every one of you for your time, taking your time to sit and listen to me, your silence here, your undivided attention. I just want to say God bless each and every one of you. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the dance when we get back to the grounds, that you guys can leave here and find your homes in a better place here. In the BC, thank you guys for all that you do, the way each one of you guys encourage me and push me along here in this life. For sure appreciate it. It means a lot. Anyways, God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbswater. The last candidate that we have to hear from today is Mickey Wilson.
I don't do real well with a lot of notes. I'm kind of an extemporaneous speaker, so I'll see if I can get through this. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone that's here today for your attendance, for participating in our tribal government. I also want to thank the business committee because we've come so far with our progress in our tribe. I am been in education now for nearly 35 years. I have a bachelor's degree from Pittsburgh State in education, a master's degree in educational leadership from Henderson State University in Arkansas, and I'm the executive director of athletics for Tulsa Public Schools. I say all that not to brag, but I say that to let you know that anywhere I've ever gone, I'm a Quapaw tribal citizen. Even when I was at the college level and I was a basketball coach recruiting and I was sitting in a living room talking to a mother in Chicago about her son coming to play for me, I would always bring up where I'm from. And you can imagine the looks on their faces when you try to explain to people you're from Quapaw, Oklahoma. And they look at you and then you lead into your upbringing, because you're trying to get these people to give you their kids to raise and to bring to college, and that you're ensure that you're going to take care of their kids when they give them to you. And so all the upbringing and all the role models that I've had were right here. I was born in this area. I was raised in Quapaw. I went to Quapaw High School. I'm one of you, and I've been blessed to be successful. I've been blessed to be a part of great school districts, of great institutions of higher learning, and to be able to have impact on lives of young men and young women, not only in our state, not only in the city of Tulsa, but really throughout the nation. I stand here not having a lot of answers. I tell you, I'm really impressed by everyone that's been up here. We've had some great candidates here today. It almost makes you feel not worthy in a lot of ways, because you see people's hearts and you see people that really care for our tribe and they care for our people, and they want to be a part of the solution. And that's all I'm trying to get across too. I don't know if I have all the answers. I bring a lot of experience. I understand stewardship and being entrusted to taxpayers' dollars, because when I spend money, we're working on many bond issues right now in the city of Tulsa. I understand stewardship and trying to spend money wisely, as our business committee has done currently. I think our infrastructure, we obviously need some work there. I will tell you one opinion as a Monday morning quarterback in our tribal government. I think somewhere as our government continues to grow and our tribe continues to grow, we probably need to look, and I don't say this because I'm running for this position, whether I get this or not. I've had this conversation with several people, but I would think that we need to increase our term limits so that we get more consistent leadership, whether it's, and whether we do a study to see what other tribal governments do. But I just think with 2 years, sometimes it's really not enough to gain the experience you need to be able to lead your tribe in an educated way and make important decisions. And so that would be something that I would want us to continue to look at and try to get better. To make this short and sweet and get everyone to lunch, let me tell you, I could stand up here and say I'm going to do this, or I want to be a part of that, or I want to make part of the decisions, but I will always say that I've always led my life with one thing in mind, and that's people will forget what you say, people will forget what you do, but people never forget the way that you treat them. And that's one thing I try to really live my life doing that, and I instill that with my children, that we want to treat people well, and we want to be able to just take the time to spend with people and listen to what their needs are. And that's one thing I will say, that we've had a lot of business committee people here recently that have really done that. They've reached out to me via phone or text. It always makes people nice when they ask for your opinion on different things, and not that you're an expert, but it's just that you care. And again, I thank you for this opportunity. Again, I know our tribe's going to continue to be successful because as you saw today, we have a lot of people that care and a lot of people that are prepared to help lead our tribe. Thank you again, and have a good, safe trip home.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Well, the time is now 12:03 and lunch has been delivered in the back. So we are going to take about a 30-minute recess, stretch your legs, get some food. We'll return to open forum, do some more drawings, do a few more announcements, and we're going to play a video for you that is voices of our Quapaw elders here shortly, so you all can view it while you're eating your lunch. Enjoy.
My name is Charlene Button. My mother was Ruth Schaefer. On her paternal side, her father was German, and on her maternal side, my grandmother, Ari Dardine Schaefer, was Quapaw and French. And subsequently, through the generations and following through all the way through her paternal and maternal side, they were of Quapaw and French.
Well, my mother, she was pretty religious, you know. She was, her mother was pretty religious. She grew up in a church school, you know, down in Andarko. It was Presbyterian. Oh, it was an orphanage and boarding school.
Grandma was, she was in line for chief, and they asked her to be chief since there wasn't anybody else left. And it was on record then, they looked to her as the chief, but she didn't want to be chief at that time because she was still in Skytube. And she asked John Quapaw to be chief. So John said, I can't be chief, and his family said they can't be chief. If you're not a hereditary chief, you can only act as a chairman or however. And so that's what he did.
Idaho Falls was a pit stop. Mom had me, and they had to stay there for a couple weeks. Steve and I, once we got married, we went back one time. After 40-some years, I finally got to see where I was born. Bought me a little doll in an antique shop, and I've never been back since. So, but yes, we moved around a lot when I was very young. My dad did construction, so we literally moved all over Arkansas.
We went to Wichita to dances. Mom and Dad, they made us dance. We went to Ed Mack's powwow. We went to Lakeview powwow, Tulsa powwow. We went all over. We went to other dances, you know, just different places. We were either playing outside with horses or sitting there fixing outfits. I remember all of us deciding we were going to run away in the middle of the night. But like about a week later, Mama said, I don't know how you guys thought you were going to sneak off with 4 horses clip-clopping down the cement.
Well, my grandmother, Anna Beaver Hallam, was wealthy because of the mines. The family together had 5 mines, I think, going at once. Most of ours were over in the Cardin area.
But they put them out on the prairie where it was desolate and nothing grew. It was good grazing land. However, the rest of them, most of them, were close to the river. But it's like later on, I was told by one of the attorneys that it's really a good thing they put them on that desolate land because they were sitting on many rich minerals.
We didn't share my grandmother's wealth. She had control over that, and probably at one point in time was probably one of the wealthiest women in the world back in the 20s, because that was the Depression.
You know, as a young child, my mom and grandmother, you know, they made us girls sit down. They made us do hand stitching, you know, sewing by hand, as far back as I can remember.
But they didn't really have to worry about anything because both Mama and Daddy got checks from the mines. So they were able to, you know, they lived comfortably.
We moved when I was young, but my dad worked in mines some, you know, here. Now, I think, you know, most of them ran, a lot of them did, off and on. I was small. Probably memories, probably about 5, probably. Doing fancy dancing on feathers.
Then, of course, the arena was sort of like it is. Of course, it wasn't as nice as it is now, and it hadn't been worked on, but the natural amphitheater part was there. And then later on, the powwow committee built, of course, everybody had their own outhouse, and there was camps along the creek and out wherever one went, up the road, up the side of the road and stuff. There were no, for a long time, there was no stationary buildings.
Grandma Supernall put on the foot races, you know, and she was quite a runner, as you probably saw on the website. She could outbeat, what'd she say, I could beat me and all the boys too at school.
I remember she had big old Crocs full of Kool-Aid and tea, you know, things like that. We ate dinner, ate supper, whoever came ate, and then she'd load us all up and take us to 5 Mile.
5 Mile was so fun for us, you know. That 1 week a year when we come down here for that, you know, well, we came down other times and went to 5 Mile as well, but that was part of the big treat, you know. Being able to swim all day and play in the water, it was so fun. And I always associated 5 Mile with the powwow growing up, always.
I was thinking about those grounds down there. Those grounds has been there, oh, I guess during the 30s when they built that, you know, during the Depression era, WPA, I think it was.
And when I'd wake up in the mornings at powwows, I could hear ladies laughing and people laughing and kids, and you could hear the pots clanging because they had to bring their own pots and things to put it in. And you could hear them just visiting and laughing and the pots clicking and everything while they were standing in line to get their rations.
So that's a really good memory that has lasted forever.
Growing up, going to powwow, we went to Quapaw powwow. We were able to make friends.
You'd wake up and you'd smell that smoke, and you'd hear those morning dances finishing up, and then we always ate at the Bears food camp. They always had somebody that did the cooking, and they fed you breakfast, lunch, and supper no matter what time you came over there. That's why I remember it.
I remember so well Flossie, Ardeen, and I. We enjoyed the cultural committee so much. We had so much fun.
Flossie was one of a kind. And I remember the thing with Flossie, once she put her mind to something, you know, she didn't really ask you anything. She just told you. And you just do. If she told you to do something, you did it.
Each family knows their own story, so there's so many variances in the stories, and over the years they begin to change. And that's not saying they're wrong, that's saying they're doing what their family believes is right.
Different things have changed, and it's good. You know, I've always been told, and then ingenuity, you learn to adapt, you learn to change, but you don't forget what was taught to you.
Let's go, everybody.
I'm gonna get the little box and
into order. Before we go into open forum, we would like to have Melanie Shawnee come up here and she has a presentation on behalf of the Quapaw Powwow. She was the chair this year. She did an amazing job, and so did her crew. Yeah, she's gathered her stuff. Want to do a wrap up after Melanie? I guess I could have done it before she got up there, but all right.
Hoay, I'm Melanie Shawnee, and I was honored to continue my husband's wishes with the powwow this year. And I want to thank the business committee for allowing me to do that and to trust me to do that, because it is a big responsibility. I want to thank everyone who came out for his wake and his funeral. I was overwhelmed with all of the support. I was absent quite a bit from down here when we had his wake and funeral due to health reasons, but I did see the crowd, and I just appreciate everybody for your support and love. That's what's helped get us through this time. So for the 151st powwow, I wanted to honor some of our elders. And I knew that William Sheridan Hyatt, he was a very good friend of my dad's. And Alberta Red Eagle was a very good friend of my dad's. My dad was Jess McKibben. He was chairman for many years and was on the business committee, worked with Lloyd and several others. But anyway, I thought of his classmates and how Daddy would be, how old Daddy would be if he was still here. So it's with much respect and admiration that the 151st Quapaw Powwow Committee recognizes and honors the oldest elders of the Quapaw Nation. So I decided to recognize 90-year-olds and up. And Alberta, I understand, lives in, Linda, is it California? But her son is here? Yes. Sacramento. Okay. I don't know if you remember my dad and she were good buddies as children growing up. And so, let's see. I would put this on your mother if she were here. So if you will, come on up. And on behalf of our committee, we honor your mother. And our love to her. Oh, wow. She'll be 97 in December, he said. Oh. They'll have to split the blanket. Now, is anyone here for William Sheridan Hyatt's family? I know Michael was here one of the first nights of the dance. I saw him dancing, and it was questionable whether his dad would make it or not. He's still getting around. Is anyone here from the Hyatt family? Okay, we'll make a special trip to see him. The next one is a dear friend, and I was so happy with her contributions to the Spiva art exhibit. And that is, she was our oldest artist, living artist, that contributed to our event, and that is Charlene Button. Charlene, I'd like to honor you. She's 94. And she gets the pink one. I'll repeat that when she comes back. Now, the next two, I kind of thought that I knew them, and sure enough, I did once I made some phone calls. The Ray family was always so supportive of my dad back in the 70s, and it's really neat to know that Faye Nell Plummer, who's 94, and John Alfred Ray, who's 90, are brother and sister, and they're both still living. And so I wanted to honor them, but I know Faye was unable to be here, and John was unable to be here. Carrie, do you want to come up, you and your son, please, and accept these on behalf of your aunt and uncle? Carrie sent the names to me from enrollment and didn't tell me they were her aunt and uncle, and I pieced it together and figured out that they were relatives. Okay, so Charlene, I just wanted to say how thankful we were to have you as our oldest artist that contributed to the Spiva Museum exhibit. It was such an honor to get to come by and visit with you and pick up your artwork, and it meant so much to us. I appreciate you so dearly. I'm sorry. When we lost my dad, Charlene and her husband were one of the first couples to come, Quapaw couples, and they came in with food to the house, and Anna and I had to leave to go make funeral plans, but I'll never forget that. It touched me dearly. And so we want to honor you with this blanket. We love you. And that's all the time I want to take, but I want to thank all of our elders for all the contributions they made to our tribe. They've been here before we were such a large tribe now, back when we were maybe 1,000, 1,200 when I was a little girl. And our tribe has grown and grown, but they've stuck with us and seen us through rough times, and it's just been a blessing knowing them and honoring them. Thank you all.
Thank you, Melanie. Can we please give Melanie and her powwow committee a big hand of applause for this amazing powwow we had this year? Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, crew. Let's get through some of these baskets real quick and we'll go straight to open forum. All right, everybody get your tickets out. The next basket number is 155-6109. 155-6109. This is from the Title VI, and it's a camping basket. All right, last call for 155-6109. Okay. Next number is 155-6381. 1556381. Hey, we got a winner. Congratulations. You've got a a camping basket from the Title VI back by the fireplace. Let's do one more real quick. The next basket is from Tippo, and it is an overall cultural themed basket. And that number is 1556383. 1556383. Winner! All right, congratulations for the cultural basket from the Tippo department. Okay, moving on into the agenda. Now we have open forum. If you would like to speak, you can come up here to the podium. Or if you're unable to, we might be able to assist you with the microphone in your seat.
Hello. My name's John Berry, and first off, I want to really thank the Shawnee family and Melanie's family so much for their dedication to the culture of the tribe. So thank you, Melanie, for doing such a great job. I also want to just thank everyone here for 20 awesome years that together, the General Council built an amazing tribal nation economic power. You know, people need to remember, you know, this concept was J.R. Matthews' idea. I mean, there's so many people in this room that have put their blood, sweat, and tears into all of our assets and all of our things that we do. And I'm so proud to be a Quapaw. I thank everyone on the business committee. It's a very tough job. My only question is, I don't think we need attorneys on the dais. Can't they sit to the side, or do I need to sign a waiver to speak? But anyway, I just want to thank everybody, every family, every person, you know, all the cultural activity, you know, things that the Supernaws are doing and Betty's doing, Gadke. I just want to thank everybody for 20 awesome years, and I just hope that a new business committee will protect our sovereignty, answer phone calls and return phone calls, and let the General Council back in at having a voice in how this thing is going to be run. I love the people of the tribe. We have great candidates. I mean, some of them have been here a long time and know a lot about how things have been before things changed. But I also want to thank Chairman Byrd and Vice Chairman Barker for doing a fantastic refinance on our debt. You know, we need to get back to unity and friendship and kindness. And if there's anybody in here that I've disrespected or caused a problem for you, I apologize. But I love y'all and thank you for 20 years of fun and great times with all of us. The Quapaw Nation General Council is the governing body of the Quapaw Nation. And you need to check out Section 8 of the governing resolution. There are people up there that gave away $39 million of your money, but they won't tell us how or why. Anyway, have a good day. Happy 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Do we have anybody else? Is there anybody else for open forum?
I'm back, guys. Hope you're ready. Now, a few years I've been trying to get these people to explain some laws to you. You want to know why they can't? Because these are all our laws. Every month, every time they pass a resolution, that is a Quapaw law. I'm pretty sure most of you took a government class or something. Now, we're Quapaws first. We were forced to be Americans. We were forced. Say it with me. Forced. That was not a chosen life for our people. Now, all these laws from the last 1960, whenever the governing resolution was written, okay? All these are laws, except for the first few months of this year. I did not put those in there. But you get the gist, right? You understand where I'm going with this? You know why they half-truth and spread what they only want you to know is because they're doing the same thing that the federal government does to the American people. They're what? They're pining you against one another for a vote, for a paycheck. That is something that has disturbed me for years because they always speak about all these lavish things that we have. They speak about all this money that we have, but we have tribal members who are homeless. We have tribal members who have given up on life in general. They've lost hope because we were a community. We were a people for one another. It didn't matter who your family was because in essence, we were all related. We are one people. I don't know how much more explanation I can give you when it comes to the manipulation that goes on, and my people have been manipulated. My people have been thought of as ignorant because they're not involved. They don't come around. They don't show up. Well, we know why you don't we? Because of the foolery, because of the childish behavior. And what is it, the childish behavior? It's this crap that's been going on the last year and a half. Our business committee, they have acted this way and continue to act this way because they feel like they don't have to be held accountable because you guys don't want to show up. But you guys don't want to show up because of what? The childish behavior. We're not teenagers. We're not little kids. These are humans, human beings with lives. We are supposed to be honoring each other, supporting one another. Why is there so much drug addiction? Why is there so many alcoholism? Why is there so many problems in families? Because they can't heal. They can't heal right because you have people still doing the same foolery that was done to our ancestors and is continuing now. In this day and age, our people are still being manipulated, except now it's not just the federal government, it's our own leadership. You want change. The change is all of you voting for the right people. Not just because somebody said, well, I don't like them for this reason, or I don't like, stop that. You're grown. You have minds, you have brains. I know my people are talented in every facet, every single way. I know they are. we wouldn't still be here. But I know where the hope gets lost. I know what happens because I've been there. I struggle in my own family. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to see my kids fight one another. That bothers me. You let somebody else pick on you, but you don't do nothing to them, but you won't stand up for one another. You won't be good to one another. I see it in my children. I see it in my people. We're better than that. At 14, went to Flandreau Indian School in Flandreau, South Dakota. And I'm going to tell you something. I was so happy to be around my own kind, my own people. That's what I thought I was going to be around. Instead, I was talked down to. They tried to bully me because my skin wasn't dark enough and my eyes were lighter than theirs. But you know what's funny? They like to wear contacts. Looky here. I always wanted brown eyes because I thought that meant that I was more than what I am. But I got Quapaw blood flowing through me. I come from some keen people, strong people. They survived. They went through a lot. My own family has gone through a lot. And my Quapaw people are going through a lot. I love every single one of you. Every single one of you, and I don't know a lot of your names. I don't know your families, but I love you. I love you with the conviction and the passion that we're supposed to have for one another, right or wrong, good or bad. I love every single one of you, and I want better for you. Not because I want somebody to praise me. I don't need that. I want our people healed so that we can be a great nation. We can be a great nation that helps lead other great nations to be great. Right now, our Indian people are under attack because of the governor of Oklahoma. And most of you probably don't even know that. You don't know that what he's trying to do to not just Oklahoma Indians is going to cause a domino effect for every other tribal nation in the country. And when that happens, let me tell you what. I'm going to be a warrior. I'm going to be a fighter. I'm going to stand and I will die for my people to always be free, to be who they are. This country has always been backwards when it comes to taking care of our own people. They send money other places. They take care of everybody else, but they don't take care of their people. It's not just in Indian communities. It's outside of our Indian life. It's the American way. Struggle. Work hard. Be educated. Educated what? Educated so you be a good worker. A good busy bee. Don't ask questions. All of you should have questions for your business committee members. All of you should be asking, why are so many of our people suffering? And I don't care where you live. I don't care if you live across the world. Don't care. I don't. You're Quapaw. Your life, the life of your next generations, those are important. We need our people to survive. But right now, what we got, we're not gonna be Quapaw. We can say we're Quapaw, but according to the United States of America, we won't be Quapaw. You understand? You're gonna be an American. I am Quapaw and Shawnee, and I will live, die Quapaw and Shawnee. There ain't no government in this country, in this world, that will ever take that from me, because I have that fighting spirit for not just myself, not just my family, not just my children, but for every single one of you. Like I said, I don't need a title. My name was given to me a long time ago. And what Hunkawelamam means is leader. That was given to me. And I tried very hard to not be a leader, but I know how to serve others. I know how to show up. I show up to honor my people. I don't show up for likes. I don't show up for votes. I don't go get dressed in Quapaw attire to show up because I'm running for something. I'm here every time. I'm listening. I listen to our tribal employees out at the administration building. All of them. I can walk into this casino, I can walk into Quapaw Casino, and the first thing I'm going to be straight up, every employee is going to come speak to me. Because they know I'm always fighting for my people. Always. I stand up for you. I'm going to speak out for you. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to mourn with you. And I'm going to celebrate with you. Because your achievements mean that we are going somewhere in this life. Our people are making something for themselves, for our people. Because we're not just some ignorant Indians. But that's what our business committee would have you all believe, is that you're not smart enough to know what's going on or understand what's going on. And let me help you out. I've watched them repeatedly. Remember, I like to show up to the BC meetings every month, save one this year. I refuse to go. But I love you all. And I'm trying to get your attention for one fact. Your life matters. I know it does. You know it does. But they don't care because they get paid. They get paid good. If they cared, they would be taking care of their people. Then they should do better. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. You are absolutely right. Our people still need to show up. They need to be accounted for. They need to. That's how you hold them accountable, is being accountable for yourself. And the only way to do that is take ownership. Own what you say. Own what you do. I'm not a nice person. You've heard me a few times. But I'm saying what I'm saying because I've seen it. I don't like watching my people suffer. I know this ain't a perfect world. But there is work to be done amongst us that we could do better. We can complain all day long about them. But until we start owning that, showing up, being there, voting. I know probably a lot of you probably voted in the state elections and for president and all that, but you don't even vote here. Where it matters. Where your voice really matters and it counts. That is the problem. It's because they're getting away using the governing resolution to write out resolutions, which are what? Laws. Those are laws. I'm also a mother of 5 children. And sometimes when you're a mom and your children won't get along long enough to understand what you're trying to say to them and get a point across to them, sometimes you go about it a different way. but I got your attention. You're right. You're right. You're right. But I'm not calling you a child. I'm telling you that you are important. You are so much more. You are. Is I'm saying it wrong? Am I saying everything wrong to you? Do I not have the words correctly? That's all I'm asking. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to her. I'm not. I'm asking you for a reason, because if I am, or if I'm hurting you, that's what I'm asking, because I want to know what I'm doing wrong.
Time. Point of order. Can we please finish this open forum comment so we can move on? Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chairman, that was a campaign speech, and every other candidate needs the time that she had. I'm not against you, Abby. This isn't
point of order. It's over with.
I'm just want the fairness of every campaign or every
Okay. Point of order.
Make a motion. Have it for 5 minutes. I was walking away. Of 5 minutes.
We've got a motion to make open forum 5 minutes. Do we have it? We got a second? Give me a name. Everybody, so did I need a name? Somebody give me a name. Throw me a name. Patrick Four. Second by him. Any discussion? Any discussion? With no discussion, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question, and I'm going to ask for a voice vote on this one. All those in favor for a 5-minute time limit on open forum, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. We have a 5-minute time limit. Is there anybody else who would like to come up for open forum? Yes, you have the floor. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dawn Ike, and I was wondering, when we're all here with the voting, I'm not from here, I'm from out of town. And a lot of times when I get the form from the mail, I get it on a Tuesday, and the voting has to be done by Friday. So I'm suggesting, like right now, would be a perfect time for you guys to vote on chairman. We're all here.
Right,
and
but
I understand that, you know, you have
a lot of people would like that, but our governing resolution does not allow for that. In order to change that, we would have to change the amendment to our governing resolution, which is our election ordinance of 2004, in order to take the vote back. We do have some amendments right now for our Constitution to get changes like that made. It is very possible to get voting brought back to General Council, very possible. The people just have to vote on it, just like they did the election ordinance. But today, in open forum now to make that change, it would be changing our governing resolution, and we can't do that today. So it would be improper doing it in this setting, but there are processes put into place that will allow you to achieve that type of outcome, as far as you can have a special general counsel to address it. You can do a ballot petition. There's, you know, but that would be the route to take. But today's not the day that we can do it in this setting. So thank you.
Ganage.
Do we have anybody else who would like to speak in open forum? Miss Betty.
Most of you know me, most of you don't, some of you don't. I'm Francis Hawk, Minnie Francis.
Okay. I don't know where we're at. Oh, okay, sorry. Betty, please wait.
Here I
Minnie
am.
Francis has spoke up for a
You
minute. I'm
can't
sorry,
miss me.
please.
All right, maybe that was a campaign speech, maybe it wasn't, but you know what? I was raised, general counsel is a place to speak your mind. It was her mother's place. It was her elder's place to calm her down. We don't go by some certain rules. But 4 years ago, I stood in front of you, and I talked to our elders, and I told you, you should talk to your children. Shame on you. You should be training them. You should be teaching them what little you know. Today, I'm here to talk to you younger ones. You need to, if you don't have an elder or older person or someone to guide you, or you don't want to go to someone and ask, then you need to start learning on your own. I sat here and watched, and you know what? Those people sitting up there are running this meeting. When we got in line for the food, it looked like a line out of a food shelter. My grandson asked me permission to go and ask someone to give an elder a place in line. Made me feel good for the way I have raised him and his mother's raised him. Each of you need to instill that in your own children. Respect. I hear this word elder tossed about. You know what? Getting old does not make you an elder. It just makes you old. You younger ones, you're gonna be there someday. Maybe you don't have an elder who knows what they're talking about. Maybe you have an elder who does know what they're talking about. But either way, listen to them if you want. But you know what? Learn on your own. Make that effort, because you have children coming after you. They need to have something. Get what you can now and pass it on to them. I have been really upset with our tribe. 4 years ago, when we had our election, we had 2 young men and another one that were come in. We didn't give them a chance because we didn't listen. They didn't listen to us. They didn't have time. They were busy trying to unravel our problems and help us. You know what they did? Short time, but they weren't given a chance. Our shame to our tribe was when we let other people, other tribes, see our dirty laundry, know what was going on in our tribe. Shameful that we held a farce of a trial for one of our sitting members. Shameful that we put our chief out because he held on to his cultural beliefs. Okay, we all have children. If I had my firstborn, you darn bet you I'd take time off to go and be with him. That was my firstborn, that young man did. His other tribes, he honored those cultural. What's wrong with that? All right, maybe he didn't attend every meeting, but you know what? Some of those that was on that committee, they didn't attend either. They would come by this newfangled thing over Facebook, internet, Zoom, or whatever, the Sam Hill you want to call it. But you know what? Our tribe, we shamed ourselves. We shamed ourselves by what we did because we had leaders who could have helped us. And we didn't give them a chance because of our own pettiness. You young ones need to take a lesson from this. You need to leave better for your children. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not my place. And I'm not considering myself an elder, but I'm considering myself the oldest in my family. And for my family, I'm speaking out. I teach my children what I think they should know and what I want them to know and what I can find to teach them. Maybe as a young girl, I didn't listen to everything. I lost, just like a lot of you lost, because you were never taught. I don't want that. I apologize if I offended any of you, but you know what? General counsel is where you speak your mind, and that's my mind. So each of you need to stop and take stock of how you're living. I hear some of these candidates, they talk about
1 minute.
Good things. Listen at them. Vote. Vote with your heart.
Thank you, Minnie. Miss Betty?
Okay. I needed that extra time anyway to calm down. You know, sometimes when I get so mad, I break down in tears, or I go the complete opposite way, lose control. I try not to do that very often, but you know, this isn't what I'm up here to talk about. I want to talk about something else, but when John Barrett has the kahunas to stand up in front of our people after freaking stealing the hell out of us. And excuse my language, but that's where I'm at. Not only that, I am so highly offended that you would even let my name cross your lips. I served 4 years with you. You kept me in the dark like under a mushroom. You stole from us. I thought I was serving my people that 4 years. Now I feel like it was all down the drain. And again, that's not why I'm up here, but I'll dare you come up here and thank us for your 20 years when you've probably been stealing from us for 18 of that 20. And I'm not going to forgive you. And until you serve your time in jail for what you did, because we have to send a message that you can't serve up here on this committee and steal from us. Okay. I'm shaking because I'm trying to calm down. So I'm going to leave it at that, John Barry. I hope the hell you spend time in prison. I'm not even going to answer. So here's what I really am interested in coming up here. And by the way, before I go on for that subject, let me remind you, John Barry tried to sabotage my pottery program because that's something I really believe in. And when I chose not to run a third term, when I realized that I wasn't doing anybody any good, and I live 2.5 hours from here and I'm on the highway, I'm a trucker, proud of it, but I'll dare him. Because he gets up here and thanks us for our culture and thanks us for our contributions when he tried to sabotage it out of being mad because I quit being a yes man to him. All right, I'm moving on. So what I really want to talk about, something really important. So last year at General Council, Anna McKibben made a motion to put an age limit on our Quapaw princesses. And also an age limit and a time limit. And I would like to rescind that and go back to the way it was before so that all of our people have an opportunity, to serve us in their capacity, whatever it is, without outgrowing that. Because you don't outgrow the love for your people. You carry it with you for your entire life. So I would like to make a motion to rescind, undo, what's the proper term? To rescind?
Well, the actual motion made last year was twofold. It stated, made a motion to have a junior tribal princess from 18 to 13 years of age, and to change our tribal princess from 14 to 18 years of age with the 2-year term limits for both. That was the entire motion.
My motion would be to lift the age limit and the term limit so that those that represent us well, that they still have the opportunity to do that.
Election committee, can we get that motion typed up there? And do we have a second for this? We have a second. Your name, please? Georgia Brooks. We've got a second by Georgia Brooks. We're going to let them get that up on the screen before we move into discussion on this, just so everybody can read how it was said.
So may I step down?
I'm sorry?
May I step down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you want to talk on it again here in a minute. But. The election committee's going to put it up on the screen. We'll go to rescind the age limit and term limit Where's Betty at? We're looking for the exact wording one more time. I'm sorry, just to make sure exactly what we're working with. To rescind the age and the term limits for both positions, or just the tribal? Just the tribal princess, not the junior. Okay. So there is a motion to rescind the age and term limits for the tribal princess. Let's address that one next. Let's go with this motion right here, and it has been seconded. So now we're going to move into discussion. So now let's discuss it, and we can discuss the term limits here and, back out of the motion and fix it, or we can make another motion afterwards. But right now, the motion is to rescind the age limit and term limits for the tribal princess.
Okay, I would like to discuss it because as I was raised, you should be a virgin. If you're going to be a tribal princess or powwow princess, you should be a virgin that doesn't smoke and doesn't drink. In our society at age 21, you can drink and smoke at a younger age. And so I don't feel like it's very appropriate to have tribal princesses much older than 21, because once they reach college age, or even 20, because once they reach college age, there's greater opportunities out there as well, and they use this as a stepping stone to move up to their NASA Club Princess or any other type of state, Miss Indian Oklahoma, Miss Indian World, and formerly Miss Indian USA. So to have a perpetual tribal princess, I think back when Lakin, Mallory, when they ran and kept getting voted in, I didn't want that for my daughter, but at that time, there weren't girls that were dancing and wanting to run. I'd like to see more of our girls step up, and we do have that now. We have more children that are wanting to run, and I'd like to see that. And it's nothing against my own daughter or Lakin. Those are my two beautiful princesses always, but I do think that there should be a limit, speaking from a mother's point of view.
Thank you, Melanie. Anybody else have a discussion about the motion regarding the princess age and terms? Any other discussion? Okay, so if there's no further discussion.
There is.
Oh.
Just real quick.
Where are we at?
I think, over here.
Oh, okay. Hi.
I think the reason on the age limit was that going way back, we had some of the elder ladies in the tribe as acting princesses. I remember Flossie Matthews being the princess, Quapaw tribal princess, held her title very proudly, went around visiting to all different, places. What I would like to see is maybe not do that with our tribal princess, but maybe we could have an elder princess. Maybe we could have 3. The more the merrier. Gracie's for it. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. It's a good idea. Is there any other discussion about the motion that's currently on the floor?
Hello? My opinion is that the age limit should remain, and I think that is a signal to our up-and-coming youth, girls, and also if a young lady is fortunate to carry the title, I think that a part of our princess qualities is to show humility and strength, and to want to pass that on to someone else and not to carry it forward and remain and kind of If we had no one else running, maybe there'd be an exception. But I myself believe we have enough young, qualified Quapaw ladies that we don't have to have repeaters.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion about the motion that's currently on the floor? Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. We're going to go ahead and do a clicker on this one. So number 1 will be yes to rescind the age limits and term limits for the tribal princess. Number 2 will be no to not change it, to leave it as it sits, as it was created last year. And then 3 will be abstaining. You might have to turn your clickers back on. It's been a minute since we've used them. So on your mark, as soon as they get it going, we'll do a drawing here in a minute too.
Yeah, you have to clarify.
Okay, there we go. The question is now up and it's ready for your vote. Let's go ahead and do a drawing. The next drawing that we're going to do is from our environmental department. And it is children's drinks. Stay hydrated from the environmental department. And our ticket number for that is 155-6335. 155-6335. Woohoo! We got a winner. Congratulations. Got the children drink Stay Hydrated basket. Next, let's do one more basket. This one is from the OLC. What is that? What's the theme? I'm not sure on the theme on this one, but I'm going to guess it's something to do with children. The number for it is 155-6371. Woohoo! I love it when we have winners off the bat. Looks like people are still getting their votes in. Let's go ahead and do one more drawing. We've got 4 more baskets left. The next ticket, 155-6045. This is from our higher education department, and it's a picnic basket. 155-6045. Hey, winner, congratulations. Election committee, is it slowing down over there on the clickers, on the tallying? We'll give it 1 more minute and we're going to go ahead and close the vote. We'll give you 60 more seconds. I don't think it's clicking anymore. I think we're there. Okay, election committee, let's go ahead and put a stop on it and see where the motion landed. And the motion failed. The results were 108 yes, 215 no, and 23 abstaining for 346 votes on that last round. Okay. Does anybody else have anything for open forum?
While
Miss
we're on
Heather
the topic of
Dismuke. Sorry, where we at?
princesses-
Virginia Mouse, is that you speaking?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
While we're on the topic of princesses, I would like to make a motion to have a princess sorority. Many other tribes have princess sororities and they honor their present and past tribal princesses. So maybe on Quapaw night, they could parade in with the current princess.
Okay, so we have a motion from Virginia Mouse to create a princess sorority for our tribal princesses during the powwow. We're gonna, do we have a second for that motion? We have a second by Ms. Schock. Let's get that motion up on the screen so everybody can see it, and then we can move into discussion. And the motion was to create a princess sorority.
To create a princess sorority and maybe, since we don't parade in on Quapaw night, maybe have a song to honor those young ladies. Well, what's the, I mean,
To be honored during the Quapaw annual powwow?
there you go. And once we create a sorority, then we can, you know, add more details later, but we have to approve it first.
And Bonnie, are you okay with that second on that wording there? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to create a princess sorority to be honored during the annual Quapaw powwow, and we have a second. Now we're going to open it up for discussion. Is there any discussion on the matter? Any discussion? One more time for discussion. We're calling for the question. Should we do voice vote or clicker? I don't have an abstention. Can we try voice vote? No. Okay, let's give this one a voice vote since there was no discussion on it. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? That was kind of close, so we're going to click it up. Give us just a minute. Election committee, can you please put that on the ballot? The clickers. We're going to go ahead and do one more drawing while we're waiting on the election to get set up here on the screen. Our next basket was donated on behalf of the business committee, and it is an ice cream themed social basket. Yeah, it looks pretty good and tasty. The winner for this one is 1556597. Ice Cream Social, 1556597. $6597. Okay, let's draw again. Coupon number 1556531. 1556531. I don't have it going yet. All right, third time's a charm here. It's not going to work yet. And your clickers won't work until they get the question up there, so it's going to be just a few more minutes. Okay, no winner. We're going to try it again. Thumbs up for what? Yeah. Okay, there we go. There's the question. Okay, to create a princess sorority to be honored during the annual Quapaw powwow. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstaining. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call this number. 155-6262. 155-6262. Okay. All right, try it again. We're on number 4 now. 155-6157. 155-6157. Keep going. Yeah. All right, how about this one? 155-6639. 155-6639. We got a winner in the back. Congratulations. Ice cream social basket from the business committee. We didn't see them. We'll give it about 60 more seconds on this vote, and then we'll stop the timer. Okay, election committee, can you go ahead and stop the clock and see what our results are? All right, there you go, Miss Mouse. Congratulations on your motion for passing. We have 171 for yes, 143 for no, and 28 for abstaining. We're looking forward to that next year. Next, we're going to recognize Miss Heather Dismuke.
Good afternoon. I'm going to make your day one of the most beautiful days. I make a motion to adjourn for the day.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? Got a second. All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Any abstention? Meeting adjourned. We're going to go ahead and do 2 more baskets as you guys are walking out, though, so we can get rid of them. Oh, yeah, we got to do benediction in 2 baskets. I'm going to make it quick. Let's make it 155-6283. 155-6283. It's a grill from our Food Sovereignty and Cattle Company. Grilling theme basket. How about 155-6072?